Hello all, a great afternoon. I would like to welcome each and every one of you for this particular test discussion, that is the Saksham All India mock test that was recently conducted in order to make you get or to gain conceptual clarity as well as have your concepts extremely clear with for the upcoming preliminary examination. So here this is Sureka Bhaskar and I will be dealing with the sections of environment and ecology. Just give me a minute. The board is stuck. Yeah. So, to introduce myself, this is Sureka Bhaskar and I will be taking up around 32 questions from the combined sections of geography and environment and ecology. So, following the environment and ecology session, that is first geography, we will actually discuss around 20 questions from that section, and moving forward we will discuss around 10 to 12 questions of environment and ecology, and you will actually have the experts of history, and then you will have science and technology, current affairs, economy, then joining in to deal with the questions of that particular section. Okay, so now let us quickly begin with our discussion on geography. So the first question that was actually asked, this is question number 13. If you see the question paper, the 13th question is actually a concept on geography that has been asked. So the first question is, the age of the oceanic crust increases. Let me just select a pen color. Okay. So the age of the oceanic crust increases as one moves away from the mid-oceanic ridge. Yes. Is this correct or not? You will have to know the concept of seafloor spreading. So what happens when this is the sea? There are actually oceanic crust over there. So when there is divergence of the oceanic plates, okay, what happens is that you have the magma actually coming out. Okay, so when this magma cools and solidifies, it results in the formation of new oceanic crust. So this is recently born. So this oceanic crust is actually recently born and it is young. Okay, so as you move forward, you can see the oceanic crusts that are older. So now tell me what will be the first, whether it is correct or not. So the age of the oceanic crust increases as one moves away from the mid-oceanic ridge. This is your mid-oceanic ridges. Okay, yes, this is correct. The magnetic field across the mid-oceanic ridges remains constant. Is that the same? See, when the magma actually comes out, the molten material carries with it different minerals like iron, etc., which actually gets aligned to the Earth's magnetic field. Okay, if the Earth's magnetic field is oriented like this over here, then it gets aligned over here, and after millions of years or hundreds of years, if the magnetic field of the Earth changes, then there is no possibility of it remaining constant, right? So it does not remain constant. The oceanic crust is younger than the continental crust. Yes, because there is constant evolution or the birth of the new oceanic crust. So this is actually younger than the continental crust which have already been formed. So which of the following are correct? So since 1 and 3 are correct, only 2 is actually correct. Okay. So here, let me take you through the formation. See over here, you can see the asthenosphere where the molten magma actually rushes to the top, and then it results in the formation of the oceanic crust. And here there is actually divergence, and these are the continental crust. This is the lithosphere, and this is the newer crust, and what moves farther away is called as the older crust. Okay, and here you actually have the mid-oceanic ridge. Okay, and this is what is the concept of seafloor spreading. Okay, so we are done with question number 13. Now let's move forward with question number 14. Okay, so with respect to the soil, the term buffering capacity refers to which of the following? The capacity of the soil that resists sudden changes in its pH. That's first one. Next one, it determines the acidic or the alkaline reaction of the soil. It is a measure of the potential of soil to hold the cation nutrients. Next one, it denotes the varying shapes and the arrangements of the soil particles. Okay, so if you see the soil, it actually consists of pH. pH is nothing but it is called as the potential of hydrogen. So this is used as a measure in order to determine if a particular soil is neutral, if the particular soil is acidic, or if it is actually alkaline. Okay, so if the pH value is equal to 7, that is if potential of hydrogen is equal to 7, then what does it mean? The soil is alkaline in nature and it is suitable for the cultivation of crops. That is, it is an ideal soil. Okay, and if the pH is less than 7, that means what? The soil is actually acidic in nature. And how does this acidic nature, is actually added to the soil, or how does the soil become acidic, is because of the use of synthetic fertilizers that abound in nitrogen as well as phosphorus, okay, and potassium, NPK fertilizers. These synthetic fertilizers alter the pH level of the soil, and that's when the pH actually goes below 7, then the soil becomes acidic, and this is not suitable for the cultivation of crops. Whereas when the pH is greater than 7, then the soil is supposed to be alkaline in nature. So this is what is the concept of pH, and if the soil actually has the capacity in order to resist the sudden changes in the pH, then this is called as the buffering capacity. Okay, so this is actually the concept of pH of the soil. So here your answer will be A. Now moving forward, the 15th question, match the following or consider the following statements. So how many of the above pairs, that is canyons and the associated locations, how many of them are correct? First one is Gandikota. Is this right? The term itself feels like yes, it is of Indian origin. Yes, this is correct. It is located in Andhra Pradesh. So what is canyon? Canyon is nothing but when the rocks or the mountains are actually eroded by the river. Then it is called as, then the formation is called as canyon. So here you need to know which is the agent or which is the phenomenon that is causing the formation of canyons. It is erosion. Okay, so that is the component here. It is found in Andhra Pradesh. The Grand Canyon in United States of America, this is correct. And then the Fish River Canyon in Chile. The Fish River Canyon is not located in Chile. It is located in Namibia, okay, in southern Africa. So this is not in Chile. So this statement is, this is actually wrong. So 3 is wrong. So Kings Canyon, Australia. Yes, this is actually correct. So 1, 2 and 4 are correct. So 3 of the statements are correct. So only 3 are correct. So here your answer will be C. If you want to see the pictorial representation of these canyons, the first one is your Gandikota Canyon, and this is Andhra Pradesh. And if you see, the next one is actually the United States of America, which is the Grand Canyon. And moving forward, this is the third one, that is in Namibia, that is the Fish River Canyon. And finally, the Kings Canyon, which is located in Australia. Okay, so here you know the answer is C. Okay, now let's move on to the next question, 16th question. Consider the following statements regarding the structure of the atmosphere. So first you need to know what are the structure of the atmosphere. So if you have Earth, okay, so the first layer is actually called as the troposphere. So here what happens, there is normal lapse rate, which is nothing but with increase in the altitude, there is decrease in the temperature. That is, it works like in the phenomenon of hill stations. When you move up to the hill stations, what happens at higher altitudes, the temperature is actually decreasing. So there is normal lapse rate. So followed by that, you have the stratosphere. Okay, so stratosphere, here there is temperature inversion. That means as you go upwards, the temperature increases. And if you see, all the climatic activities, the rain, condensation, all those things actually happen in the troposphere only, and it is covered or separated from the stratosphere by a lid or the convective lid, which is called as the tropopause. And stratosphere, this is where all your flights actually fly. And you also have the ozone, which is protecting you from the ultraviolet radiation. And moving forward is what is your mesosphere. Okay, even in mesosphere, what happens? There is normal lapse rate, where increase in the increase in the altitude, there is decrease in the temperature. And then you actually have you have your thermosphere, or it is also called as what? The ionosphere. Here the temperature is very, very high, and there is inversion of temperature, that is increase in the altitude, increase in the temperature, and it is characterized by what? The charged ions, etc. Do you understand? So this is where you actually see the auroras, okay? Auroras, aurora borealis and aurora australis. So now do you understand? First statement, troposphere is a convective layer consisting of atmospheric gases. Yes. So convection takes place. What do you mean by convection? Because there is heating of land, and when there is heating of land, what happens? The warm air actually rises. When the warm air rises at a particular altitude, it loses, okay, or you can say it cools down, or there is process of condensation, formation of clouds, and when the clouds saturate, it results in precipitation, okay. So this is what it is. So it is a convective layer. This is correct. So in the stratosphere, we observe the normal lapse rate. Do we find the normal lapse rate over here? No, because we find the temperature inversion over here. With increase in the temperature, there is increase in the temperature. Sorry, with increase in the altitude, there is increase in the temperature. So this is wrong. So when 2 is gone, eliminate 2 from all the statements. It can't be A, it can't be this, it can't be this. So from here itself, without having to read statements 3 and 4, you know what the answer is. But anyways, the mesosphere shows the absence of all types of cloud formation. Sorry, here the question is incorrect. Okay, what and all are incorrect. So 2 is incorrect. Yes, that is right. First is correct, right? So you need to eliminate 1 only over here. So if you eliminate 1, this will go away. So you need to know whether B or D is correct. So the mesosphere shows the absence of all kinds of cloud formation. No, there is a particular kind of cloud formation that actually takes place in mesosphere, and this is called as the noctilucent clouds, okay. So what do you call it? It is the noctilucent clouds that actually happen over here. So it does not mean there is any absence of clouds, okay. So this is also wrong. And the next statement, in the thermosphere, a person cannot feel the heat because of very low temperature. This is actually correct. Yeah. Why? Though this particular thermosphere is very, very hot, the person actually do not feel that much of heat because of the lower density of the particle over there, okay. So it is actually spaced at a very long distances, or it is apart from each other. That is why, because of low density, the person does not feel the heat. So this is correct. So which are actually wrong? Troposphere, this is wrong, this is wrong. So 2 and 3 are wrong, okay. It's a convecting layer consisting of, we observe the normal lapse rate. This is wrong. The mesosphere shows the absence of all types of clouds. Yes, this is also wrong. And in the thermosphere, a person cannot feel the heat because of very low temperature. No, this is wrong, okay. It is not because of very low temperature, because mesosphere is of high temperature only. So this statement is also wrong. Do you understand? A person cannot feel the heat. So 2, 3 and 4 are wrong. So your answer will be D. Okay. So your answer is D. Now let's move forward. See, you can see different layers of the atmosphere. So in the different layers of atmosphere, you know what are all the processes that are taking place. Okay. Now moving on to the next question, that is your 16th question. Sorry, 17th question. Okay, consider the following description. This is a type of warm, dry wind that occurs on the leeward side of the mountain. So first of all, we need to know what is the windward side and the leeward side of the mountain. If the mountain is here, the wind actually rises up because of the surface heating. Okay, so the warm air rises up, and this is called as the windward side of the mountain, and then it actually falls, or you can say moves downhill due to the weight as well as due to the gravity, and since it's because heavy, and these are actually called as the downhill winds. Okay, and this is called as the leeward side. So what is the description given here? A type of warm dry wind that occurs on the leeward side of the mountain. So here it is actually occurring on the leeward side of the mountain due to adiabatic heating, and this wind is known for the ability to rapidly melt the snow, okay, and increase the temperatures within a short period. It is commonly observed in the Alps. and has significant effects on the local agricultural and weather conditions. This is where you need to understand about the local winds, or which are called as the anabatic as well as the katabatic winds. Okay, so during the daytime, what happens? For example, these are mountains and this is the valley. During the daytime, due to the heating of the surface, the warm air actually rises up. Okay, so it rises up the mountain, and then what happens over there, it actually has a lot of, it picks up the moisture, there's formation of cloud and there is precipitation. So majorly it is associated with what? Clear skies. Okay, so this is what is the anabatic winds, and these are what? Warm winds. Okay, so this is actually given over here, and then it is given Alps. So you need to know the local winds. For example, Mistral. Okay, what is Mistral? Is it a katabatic or an anabatic wind? It is a katabatic wind. So this is actually associated with your Rhone Valley of France. So this is wrong. Okay, this is not right. So it is a cold wind. Katabatic are cold winds. That is during the night time when the temperature lowers, the wind actually flows down the mountain slope into the valley. So those are called as katabatic winds. So Sirocco is also wrong. It is not associated with the Alps. It's somewhere near the Mediterranean Sea. And then Bora. This is also wrong because it is associated with the Adriatic. And then Fawn. So this is actually correct. Okay, so how to remember all this? There is a map that actually depicts the local winds. You need to know which are the warm winds, which are the adiabatic as well, anabatic as well as the katabatic winds. So you can see Chinook, you can see the norther, then the northeaster blizzards. Then you can find the Pampero in Southern America, and then you have the Bora near the Adriatic Sea. You can see the Mistral over here, the Fawn, the Levant, the Sirocco. All these winds are associated with it. Okay, so here the correct answer is actually your Fawn. So your correct answer over here is C. Okay, so C is your correct answer. Now moving forward, the 18th question. Arrange the following gases in the atmosphere in the descending order of concentration. I always use a mnemonic in order to remember this. I use NOAC. So this is nothing but nitrogen, NOAC, nitrogen 78%, oxygen, which is almost 20.9, that is 21%, and then we have argon, that is 0.9%, that is almost 1%, and then we have the carbon dioxide 0.03%. Okay, so after that you also have your neon. Okay, and then you have the methane, krypton, etc. So all these things are there. So NOAC, if you actually have to arrange in the order, so first comes what? Your nitrogen with 78%. So 4 will be your first one. Followed by that is oxygen. Is oxygen given here? Yes. So 3 is your second one. And then argon is given here. Yes. 1 is actually your next one. And finally is your carbon dioxide. So 4, 3, 1 and 2. Here your answer will be option A. Okay. So next one, moving forward. If you see over here, you can see nitrogen 78%, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide. Then you have, as I told you, you have the neon, you have the helium, methane, and finally krypton. Okay, so NOAC, then you saw Nihi. Okay, Nihi means what? I actually remember it as neon as well as helium, and finally it is krypton. Do you understand? Now let's move to the next question. Consider the following conditions required for the cultivation of a particular crop. See, the crops associated conditions which are required for its cultivation and growth, people who benefit from that, the type of geography it actually requires, and the amount of precipitation it needs, all that becomes very, very important. How much of water it also needs. For example, if you consider jute, it actually is a water intensive crop. Okay, it needs retting for the for the final product to actually come. It goes through the process of retting. So over here you see this particular crop that they have asked, it requires a warm and humid climate with temperatures between 24 to 35. It is a warm, it needs a warm and a humid climate. Does cotton actually require humid climate? No, right? Cotton does not require humidity. So here cotton actually is ruled out. Next, Grows well in areas receiving moderate to high rainfall, 150 to 250 centimeter rainfall. Then found in well-drained alluvial soil, very, very important keyword, and often in the plains. Okay. If you find tea, these are not in the plains. Are these in the plains? No. They are in the mountain slopes. Okay, so tea is also kind of ruled out. Next you have sugarcane and jute. Major producing states include West Bengal, Assam and Andhra Pradesh. Does West Bengal, Assam produce sugarcane? No, they don't. Okay, so it is mostly concentrated in the southern, India, and in some parts of north as well. So then sugarcane also kind of gets eliminated. Okay, so what is actually left behind is jute, which is also called as the golden fiber. Okay, so this is jute. So your correct answer is option B. Now, moving forward, this is the jute plant. Next one, consider the following ocean currents: equatorial west wind drift, Kuroshio, Labrador, and which of the above are cold currents? So there is a map which you have to memorize about the different currents, the cold currents and as well as the warm currents. If you see equatorial current, it is actually a warm current. It will be depicted by red if you see your atlas. Next, the west wind drift. No, this is actually a cold current. Okay. So this is a part of the circumpolar current, the Antarctic circumpolar current. So it is a cold current. Kuroshio towards the Japan, if you see towards Japan and China, the Kuroshio and the Oyashio. But Kuroshio is again a warm current and Labrador is a cold current. So only two are cold currents over here. So only two B. Let me show you the map where you can see the different currents. Okay, so let's actually keep an eye on the maps over here. I mean, see Labrador, which was mentioned in the question, it's a cold current. Along with that, you have the Greenland current, you have the Kamchatka current, you have the Alaskan current, the Californian current, the Peruvian current, and then you have the west wind drift. This is only your Antarctic circumpolar current. And then you also have the where are the other currents here? Here also Antarctic circumpolar, you have the Benguela current. And the next one is equatorial, Norwegian, west wind drift, Kuroshio. See, this is Kuroshio and this is equatorial. Okay, so all these are warm currents. So please do memorize all these things because it can be asked as one-liners in your examination. Okay, so here we are done with the currents. Now let's move to the next question. Consider the following statements. The apparent movement of the sun towards the Tropic of Cancer brings the retreating monsoon over peninsular India. Let me actually explain this concept very quickly to you guys. So what happens over here is, this is actually the equator and this is the Tropic of Cancer, that is 23.5 degree north, and this is your Tropic of Capricorn, this is 23.5 degree south. Okay, so the sun actually moves from the equator, and when it moves to the Tropic of Cancer, what happens? India is somewhere here, right? So the Gujarat actually passes through India. So this is India. So when the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, that is which actually passes through Gujarat, it is almost overhead. Okay, so what happens? There is excessive heating of this portion. Okay, that is, there is this Tibetan plateau. Okay, so this actually experiences excessive heat. So what happens? It has excess of low pressure. At the same time, what's going to be there? There is actually a high pressure in the area of South Africa, that is this Madagascar area. So this Madagascar actually has what? It has high pressure. So this is what is, this high pressure system is called as the mascarene high. Since the winds actually blow from the area of high pressure to the low pressure, winds actually move from this mascarene high towards the subcontinent or the mainland India in the southwest direction, and these are called as the southwest monsoons. So after few months, what happens is that the strength of the monsoon, or what you say, as the sun actually moves back towards the equator, what happens? The intensity or the strength of the winds actually decreases over the area, and hence the monsoon monsoon winds retreat from the Indian peninsula, and only during the retreat it's called as the retreating monsoons or the northeast monsoons, and during that time only the coast of Tamil Nadu actually receives maximum rainfall. Okay, so this is the concept of southwest as well as the northeast monsoons. Now let us see, the apparent movement of the sun towards the Tropic of Cancer brings the retreating monsoon. Does this bring retreating monsoon? No, it brings the southwest monsoon. So this statement is wrong. The coastal areas of Tamil Nadu receive most of the rainfall during the retreating monsoon. Yes, this is correct. So both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct? No. So simply A is wrong. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2, no, both are not correct. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect? No. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. So here your answer will be option D. Now let's move forward to the next question. So you can see here the mascarene high over here, which actually has the high pressure. And then you have the monsoon trough, which is actually over here, and there is surface airflow. All the air gushes towards this particular, monsoon trough, okay, or the Tibetan low pressure. Do you understand? Now, let's move forward. This is the retreating monsoon, how it retreats. Next one, consider the following: the mountain ranges, the river passage, as well as the important passes. So, first one, Karakoram range associated with the Indus River, and then the Kardungla, that is the important pass. Is this correct? See, these are all very static parts. There is no conceptual clarity you need to have on this. You need to just memorize these facts, okay? So this is correct. Kardungla, this is correct. Next one, Pirpanjal, Jhelum and Banihal Pass. Yes, this is also correct. Jhelum River, this is also correct. Next one is Zaskar, Sutlej. No, Sutlej actually has its origin near Tibet, okay, so this is wrong. And Rohtang Pass is associated with the Pir Panjal, so this is not associated with the Zaskar, so this is actually wrong. If you see which are correctly matched, only 1 and 2 are correctly matched, so the answer is option A. Now if I have to take you through the map, which actually has all the passes, I don't know if you guys are able to see, but then I will just take you through. The Kardungla is here, then you have the Zojila, the Pirpanjal, then you have the Banihal Pass, then the Baralacha Pass, the Rohtang, the Shipkila. So all these passes, where do they actually pass through? What is the mountain? All these things you need to know. It is just like a opening or the low lying land which actually enables the passage, okay? So this is what is called as the passes. So now we are done with the passes also. Now we'll move to the 23rd question. So consider the following: Bhabar, Tarai, Kadar. Okay, so if you see in the foothills of the Himalayas, you have these regions of Bhabar, Tarai, Bhangar as well as Kadar. Okay, so Bhangar is the old alluvium, Tarai is, the Kadar is a new alluvium, and then if you see Bhabar, we will see the diagram also. So if you see this particular region of Bhabar, it is characterized by no rivers. When there are no rivers, it actually has very, very sparse as well as a deciduous vegetation. Okay, so Bhabar, sparse and dry deciduous forest, this is correct. Next, moving on to Tarai, these are actually waterlogged swamps which are present here. Okay, waterlogged and marshy swamps. Okay, so what is given over here? Dense forest and marshy grasslands. Yes, this is correct. Next one, Kadar, riverine and alluvial vegetation. Can you see? Kadar is a new alluvium that is formed by the deposition of the river. It has alluvial vegetation and it has riverine alluvium. So Bhangar is actually the old alluvium. Okay. So all this comes in India's physiography. Very important concepts. Okay. So this is also correct. So how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? All the 3 are correctly matched. So C is your right answer. Next, let's move forward. The next question, consider the following. Over extraction of groundwater leads to a decline in the groundwater table in the coastal areas. Okay. So when there is exploitation of groundwater, specifically if you see in the coastal areas, what happens when you're using it for your day-to-day purposes, the water level actually decreases, and when the water level decreases, since it's the coastal area, there will be intrusion of the salt water. So salt water intrusion is there. Okay, so over extraction leads to decline in the water table. Correct. Next one, the decline in the groundwater, this allows the salt water intrusion into the freshwater aquifer. So this is also correct. Okay, so now let's see, both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and the statement 2 is the correct explanation of statement 1. Is it correct or not? Yes, this is correct. So the other statements are wrong. Okay, now we finished with the 24th question. Let's move to the 25th question. So consider the following statements regarding the coal deposits in India. Let me take you through very quickly. So if you see, with respect to the coal deposits in India, so basically coal deposits in India is of two types. One is actually your Gondwana coal. Okay, and the next one is your tertiary coal. So this Gondwana coal dates back to around 200 to 300 million years. Okay, and this is the Gondwana period, or it is also called as the Permian period if you know your geological time scale. And this actually belongs to the tertiary period, which is of the recent origin, which can be around 15 to 60 million years. Okay, so then also this Gondwana coal actually is further divided or classified into three depending upon the amount of carbon it actually has. So it is divided into anthracite, bituminous coal, as well as subbituminous. Okay, so this contains 95% of carbon. This is actually a lower grade compared to this, and this is further the lowest grade. And if you see, India actually abounds in Gondwana coal only, but not anthracite. This you need to know. Okay, and also the tertiary coal is divided into two. One is lignite. Okay, this is comparatively little bit of higher grade, and the next one is the subbituminous. Do you understand? So this is what is the division. Now let us solve the question. The majority of India's coal deposits are of Gondwana age. Yes, correct. 200 to 300 million years. Next one, the tertiary coal deposits in India are found in states like Meghalaya and Assam. Yes, it is found in few of the states like Meghalaya and Assam. And coal deposits in India are predominantly anthracite in grade. No, it's not anthracite. I told you, right? It's either bituminous or subbituminous. That is why for high grade coal we actually import. So we are a import dependent country. Next one. Coal mining in India is primarily concentrated in eastern and the central regions. This is also correct. So 1, 2 as well as 4 are correct. So 3 statements are correct. So here your answer is option C. Now let's move forward to the next question. So you can see the major coal fields in India. You have the Jharia, you have the Bokaro, you have the Singrauli, you have the Pench, and then you have the Singareni as well as the Raniganj, etc. These are the regions, and also they are found in central and towards eastern India. Okay, so this is the concentration of coal. The 26th question, consider the following statements. The straits or the canals. The strait is nothing but it is a small passage that connects two big water bodies. Whereas if you see a canal, this is nothing but it is a man-made structure. However, a strait is naturally formed. Okay, so if you see Strait of Hormuz, okay, so it connects Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. Yes, it does. So let me show you on the map. This is correct. The Suez Canal, of course, the thin strip of Red Sea to the Mediterranean. This is also correct. The Panama Canal, which is in the Americas, this actually connects the Pacific and the Atlantic. Yes, this is correct. Next is the Malacca Strait. If you see towards the Southeast Asia, you have the Malacca Strait, which actually connects the Indian Ocean as well as the South China Sea. So all the 4 statements are correct. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now let us see in the map. Okay. So if you see in this particular map, you can see the first one, the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. So this actually connects what? The Persian Gulf with that of the Gulf of Oman. And then you have the Suez Canal that actually connects this particular Red Sea with that of the Mediterranean. And then you have the Panama Canal that actually connects this portion of the Pacific with that of the Atlantic. And then you saw which one was Malacca, right? So this is the Malacca Strait. You see this Indian Ocean with that of the South China Sea. So similarly, you need to know about all the other straits like Bering Strait, and then you need to know about the Mozambique Channel, the Sunda Strait. All these things become important. Okay, so you need to know which are all man-made and which are all the human-made straits. The man-made canals you need to know. So having solved this, let's move to the 27th question. So anabatic and katabatic winds, we already saw the basics. So here katabatic winds are warmer during the night. No, in the valley, because when the temperature actually falls during the night, these are the downhill winds which actually move down the slope towards the valley. Okay, so this is what it is, and it actually is very heavy due to gravity. It actually flows down, and it also alters the agriculture and the local climate of the place. How? Specifically, if you take a katabatic wind like Mistral, it actually flows in the Rhone Valley, okay, in France. So this is actually very dry as well as the cold wind. When it actually, the Rhone Valley over here, it is known for the viticulture, that is the cultivation of grapes, the vineyards. Okay, so the Paris wine, you know, right? So Paris is famous for wine, and the temperature is made conducive by these katabatic winds, because these are dry as well as heavy winds that remove the moisture from the grapes, which becomes easier for them to make what? To be free from the fungal infection, and it actually holds the original flavor without being changed. Okay, so this is what. So it is not warmer because it is colder. Anabatic winds are upslope winds formed due to solar heating. Yes, it's correct. Both winds are part of the global trade wind system. The global trade winds are classified into three, right? The planetary winds. They are what are the planetary winds? One is actually the trade winds. Next is the westerlies. Next is the polar easterlies. So these are the local winds. Mistral, Sirocco, as well as Fawn winds. All these things are there. Bora winds in the Adriatic. So all these are examples. So here this is also wrong. Okay. So only 2 is actually correct. That is only second statement. So one statement is correct. So only one answer is option A. Now let's move on to the next. So you can see the katabatic as well as the anabatic winds during the afternoons and the night time. So let's move to the 28th question. The national waterways and the river stretch, okay, through which it is there. So what do you mean by the national waterway? These are inland waterways which are used for the transportation, whether it is for the transportation of goods or whether it is for the passengers, etc. It is actually used. So as per the National Waterways Act, there have been around 111 waterways that have been recognized or given the status of national waterways. Do you understand? So the first one, National Waterway 1, Ganga Bhagirathi Hooghly River System. Is that number 1? Yes, it is number 1. It is that is the National Waterway 1. The next is the Brahmaputra River stretch from Sadia to Dhubri. Yes, this is also correct. The National Waterway 3 is the Godavari and Krishna rivers. No, this is National Waterway 4. Okay, Vishakhapatnam, etc. that connects. And the National Waterway 3 is nothing but the West Coast Canal. West Coast Canal in Kerala. Okay, Kottapuram to Kollam. So this is actually the, oh, so okay, it's over here. So this is over here and this is over here. So only 1 and 2 are correct. So only 2 options are correct. Here your answer is option B. So let's move forward and see different waterways of India. So you can see National Waterway 1, we discussed the Ganga Bhagirathi Hooghly, which is actually the largest, around a stretch of 1620 kilometers. The second one is in the Brahmaputra River, 891 kilometers. Then you have the West Coast Canal, that is in Kerala, 205 kilometers. Number 4 is the Krishna, okay, that is Muktiala Vijayawada connection. So it is around 82 kilometers. Then you have National Waterway 10 in the Amba River, and similarly you have all the other rivers, that is you have National Waterway 100 in the Tapi River, then Sundarbans Waterway is National Waterway 97, and so on. So if you can see, this is actually number 1, okay. So this is the longest, Ganga Bhagirathi and Hooghly River. Next one, if you see, number 2 is this Sadia to Dhubri, that is number 2 on the Brahmaputra River. Then number 3, you can see on this West Coast Canal, okay, Champakara, this is at Udyog Mandal. This is the National Waterway 3. The National Waterway 4 is over here, Krishna, and so on, okay. Now let's move and solve the next question. Question number 29. Which among the following countries is not a part of the Western Indian Ocean? So it will be better if you see this map. So what are all the countries which are a part? See, this is the Indian Ocean, you know the Indian Ocean. In the western part of Indian Ocean, you have Madagascar, Mozambique, you have South Africa, Tanzania, Namibia, and also you have Comoros, Seychelles, as well as Mauritius, etc. So these are all the countries which are present towards the, it also has Somalia, okay, towards the western coast of Western Indian Ocean. So which are not a part? Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique and Kenya, all are part. So this cannot be wrong, right? Next, Seychelles, Comoros, Mauritius, these are also there. Yemen, Seychelles, Comoros, Mauritius, again there. Next, Sri Lanka, this is not there, okay, because it's towards the east. Since this is actually one of the countries which is found towards the east, you can actually see Kenya, Tanzania, still they are in the west, but still it has Sri Lanka in the option. This can be ruled out. So which is not correct? D is not correct, okay. So now let's move to the next question, the 30th question. Which are all the left bank tributaries of river Ganga? You know river Ganga actually originates in the Gangotri glacier and Yamuna originates in the Yamunotri glacier and then comes and meets the river Ganga at Allahabad. So each river will have its corresponding left as well as the right bank tributaries. How do you say? Is it towards your left or towards your right? Don't get confused, okay? From the place of originate or where it originates, that is the Gangotri glacier, the Ganga flows like this. So the direction in which it flows, then what do you say? This is actually the right bank tributary and this is the left bank tributary. So this is the left bank. So when the river flows like this, okay, so this is the left bank and this is the right bank. So this is actually your right bank tributary. So if you have to see the map, you can see the map easily. So from here, which is the left side? So this is actually the left and this is your right. And towards the left, you have the Ganga, Ramganga, Gomti, Ghagra, Ghantak, Kosi. Okay. And you also have Mahananda. Do you understand? It is called as Padma in Bangladesh. And then you can see the Yamuna over here. You have the Banas and then you have the Chambal, Betwa, Kain, Sindh. All these rivers are over here. The Son river. All these also join the Ganga river system. So these are the right bank tributaries. These are left. So Gomti, Ghagra, Ghandak, Ramganga. Yes, this is actually right because Yamuna is in the right side. This is in the left side. So your answer is option A. Now, let's move forward and see the 31st question, the tribes and their associated state. Extremely important. You have a map for this, that is you have map for every topic, okay. So for tribes also you need to memorize the map. So the Santal tribes, so actually there are around 700 tribal communities in India, which constitute around 8.6% of the total population, okay. And if you see Santhal, they are the highest or the largest tribal groups who are located in Jharkhand. Yes, this is correct. The Bonda tribes of Odisha, this is also correct. The Toto of West Bengal, the Toto tribes of West Bengal, yes, this is also correct. And then the Halba tribes of Chhattisgarh, this is also correct, okay. So all the 4 statements are correct. Yeah, these are, yeah, it is all correct. Bonda is actually a PVTG, particularly vulnerable tribal group. And then if you see Toto, these are a small indigenous group who are actually present in West Bengal. Halba is also a categorized group of tribes who are present there, okay. So which of the following are correct? All 4 are correct. So here your answer will be option D. So if you see, this is the map. If you see specifically in different states, for example, if you actually take Telangana, you have the Chenchu, you have the Kurumba, Kond, Koya, Bhagata, etc. If you say Tamil Nadu, you actually have the Kurumba, then you have the Irulas, etc. And then you can actually take the state of Kerala, the Adiyan, and then the Aranadan. All these things you have the Moplas, the Kadar, etc. So similarly you have in all the other states like Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, etc. Okay, so all these are the different types which are present. For example, in the northeast you have the Garo tribes as well as the Jaintia tribes, etc. So these are all the different tribes which are located. So here we have completed the geography section. Now we have 10 more questions that we will be dealing from the environment section, okay. So let's quickly get started. Environment is comparatively easier. So what do you mean by the carrying capacity? So what is the carrying capacity? You know, right? How much of capacity does an ecosystem have to bear the number of individuals, whether the number of human beings or the different animal species? So this is what is called as the carrying capacity. And of course, when there is any change in the ecosystem, when there is alteration in the ecosystem by means of alteration in the birth rate, alteration in the death rate, or by the introduction of technology, what happens? This carrying capacity changes. Okay, so this is the concept. Let's see. It refers to the maximum population size that an environment or an ecosystem can sustainably support over a period without depleting the resources. Yes, this is correct. It's like sustainable development concept. Next one, the carrying capacity of an area remains constant regardless of changes in the technology. No, it does not remain constant. So this is wrong. So second statement is wrong. So only one is correct. So your answer is option A. Okay. So now let's move to the next question. Consider the following pairs, the wetland as well as locations. Very important concept of wetland, the wetland ecosystem, and the conservation it actually gets with respect to the Ramsar sites. What is the largest Ramsar site in India? You know, the Sundarbans, right? And then you have the smallest, which is the Renuka, which is located in Himachal Pradesh. And also the state that has the largest number of wetlands is Tamil Nadu. The first recognized wetland under Ramsar Convention is what? The Chilika Lake, right? So you need to know where Chilika Lake is actually located. Then you have the Keoladio National Park. All these are also wetlands which actually have the Ramsar recognition. And also with respect to Ramsar Convention, you need to know the Montreux record also, where these, whichever wetlands are actually facing extreme threat or are under high pressure, they are placed on the Montreux record. Okay. So let us actually see the statements. Ropar wetland located in Punjab. Yes. No other go. You have to memorize. Then the Udwa lake in Bihar. No. Udwa is not present in Bihar. Udwa is present in Jharkhand. So second one is wrong. Next one, the Kechio-Palri lake in Maharashtra. No, it looks like it's somewhere in the northeast, right? Yeah. So it's not in Maharashtra. It is located in Sikkim. Okay, the Kechio-Palri. So this is also wrong. Then the Kabartal wetland. Okay, Kabartal wetland in West Bengal. No, it is not over here. It is in Bihar. So this is also wrong. So only one is actually correct. So your answer is option A. Okay, you have to memorize the wetlands. Do you understand what are the recently added wetlands of Bihar? You need to know Nagi as well as Napti. Okay, you need to know these. Next one, let's move. With reference to the Gangetic Dolphin, consider the following. So Gangetic Dolphin, if you are watching the Prelims Masterclass of Environment and Ecology, yesterday we dealt with species in news. Okay, so we discussed that this Gangetic Dolphin, this was it was actually acknowledged as the national aquatic animal of India. And also it is the state animal of which state? Please do mention below. Okay, let me tell you. Since it makes hissing noises, it is actually the state animal of Assam. So this is what you need to know. So it is categorized as vulnerable in the IUCN Red List. Is it vulnerable? No, it's not vulnerable because it is endangered. The next one, it is the only species of freshwater dolphin in India. No. There are different freshwater dolphins which are actually present. So freshwater dolphins, there are other freshwater dolphins also present. So this is wrong. Female dolphins are larger than the males. Yes, this is actually correct. Okay. So 78, only third statement or only one. Statement 1 is actually correct. So just give me a minute. Let me just check the answer. Ganges River dolphin. What is asked here? Okay, so how many statements are incorrect? So 2 statements are incorrect over here. So your answer will be B. Okay, 2 statements are incorrect. So please pay attention. See, even now it skipped my eye whether it's correct or incorrect. It's asked incorrect. Okay, now moving forward, the next question. Okay, so if you see, the females over here are actually larger and they are also called as the blind dolphin. There are around 3,500 to 5,000 species of dolphins. They are found in the regions of the northeast, if you actually see specifically in Assam, West Bengal, etc. And they actually have long sharp teeth with the mouth closed, and they make hissing noises. They are mammals. They do not belong to the fish category. That is why they have to surface on the land every 60 to 30 to almost 120 seconds in order to take the breath to inhale. So they are actually marked as what? The endangered, and the lifespan is around 18 to 22 years. Okay, so they live in fresh water. So now moving forward, let's see the 79th question, the index and who releases the index. Okay, so the Environmental Performance Index by Yale University and Columbia University, of course, it actually analyzes the performance of the environment. Next one, the Climate Change Performance Index, UNEP, no. Even if you do not know which organization exactly releases it, in case if you know what are all the reports that UNEP comes up with, then you can eliminate it. Okay, so the Climate Change Performance Index is by the German Watch, and also you have the Climate Action Network along with the New Climate Institute. Okay, so this is wrong. So you can see here the German Watch, New Climate Institute and Climate Action Network, Europe. The next one, Ocean Health Index. Don't think just because it's ocean health, the International Maritime Organization is involved. No, it is actually the Conservation International and New England Aquarium. Okay, so these are the organizations that release it. So only one is correct. So your answer is option A. Okay, correctly matched. Next question is question number 80. So with reference to the solar energy technologies in India, consider the following. What do you mean by photovoltaic solar cells? The solar cells which actually absorbs the incoming solar radiation and converts that into the chemical energy. Okay, so this is what it is, and thereby actually helps in the production of electricity. So this is the role of solar cells. Okay, so the photovoltaic solar cells with perovskite. Okay, earlier it used to come with silicon, but then the higher efficiency is found to be there in perovskite. When perovskite material is used, the higher efficiency is observed than the conventional silicon based. Is it correct? Yes, this is correct. Then floating solar photovoltaic systems. That means what? It is floating on the water. Thereby the maintenance, okay, which it has to be done in terms of cleaning or maintenance is actually much more easier. Okay, so it is actually, it consumes typically less water for maintenance than the ground mounted solar system, solar panel systems. Yes, this is also correct. Concentrated solar power technology in India has overtaken traditional photovoltaic installations. Okay, what do you mean by concentrated solar power? It is nothing but you have the mirrors, okay, and then over there, or the glasses where they concentrate the solar energy, then produce the heat energy, then convert that into electricity. So this is the concentrated solar power technology. So has it overtaken traditional photovoltaic? No. So here number 1 and number 2 are correct. So only 2 are correct. So B is your answer. Now let's move forward to the 81st question. So with reference to the National Green Hydrogen Mission, you need to know about this particular mission, anything with respect to that of the environment, and what are all the takeaways or the key highlights of the mission you need to know. So Green Hydrogen Mission implemented solely by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy? No. It has all the other stakeholders also involved. So most of the time when the questions are solely, only, mostly, all those things are, it has a probability. So it has a higher probability of being wrong. So this is wrong. Under the strategic intervention, it has something called as the SITE program. Okay, so that is strategic intervention for green hydrogen program. So here, through this, the government actually offers financial incentives for the people, for the domestic manufacturing of electrolyzers. This is correct. Next, the mission mandates blending of green hydrogen with the natural gas. No, they don't want to use any natural gas. They want to use green hydrogen, because hydrogen actually has a higher energy capacity, okay, so higher density. So that is why they just want to use green hydrogen that is environmentally produced through the process of electrolysis, because there are different methods through which hydrogen is produced. Okay, one of the cleanest but expensive ways is this electrolysis method, which actually leaves back only water vapor as the byproduct. Okay, so this green hydrogen they want to utilize across all the sectors by 2030 according to the green hydrogen mission. Okay, so this is wrong. So here, how many of the statements are correct? The only one statement is correct. So only one is correct. So the option is A. Okay. Now moving forward, 82nd question, which one of the following is not a characteristic property of PM 2.5? What is PM 2.5? It is called as particulate matter. It is one of the pollutants. And what does this number 2.5 indicate? It is the diameter of the particle. So the diameter actually is, it is of different diameters. So it is particulate matter 2.5 by the diameter, which is actually in micron. This is what it is called as PM 2.5 when the diameter is 2.5, and then it is called as 10 when the diameter is actually 10 for that particulate matter. And this particulate matter 2.5 actually has the capacity of deeply penetrating into the alveolar sacs of your lungs. That is why you have the breathing difficulties. Okay, so which of the following are the properties? That's what they ask. It has the ability to remain suspended in the atmosphere for several days. Yes, correct. Capacity to penetrate deep into the alveolar region. Yes, this is also correct. Primarily composed of mechanically generated crustal materials. What do you mean by mechanically generated? Just like the dust particles. Okay, so is it mechanically generated? No. So mechanically generated crustal materials are present in PM 10. Okay, so PM 2.5 is majorly due to the emissions, the vehicular emissions, etc. So this is wrong. And then their formation includes chemical reactions involving precursor gases. Yes, for example, sulfur dioxide actually gives you sulfates. Similarly, nitrous oxide gives you nitrates. Okay, so this is what it is. So which is not the characteristic? You have C, which is not the characteristics. Next question, 83rd. The Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, you know, right? So please, plant the tree in honor of your mother. This is what is the meaning in Hindi. So this campaign was actually launched in the year 2023-2024 in order to motivate the citizens to actually plant one tree in the name of their mother, because trees and mothers have similar characteristics. Why? It is the nourishing, okay, you can say the nurturing, okay, as well as the life sustainability. It actually matches. These are the traits that matches the plants, that is trees as well as women. So that is why this particular campaign was launched, okay, by the Prime Minister on the World Environment Day. Okay, so encourages citizens to plant the trees in honor of their mothers. So here your answer is option D. Okay, now let's move on to the 84th question. Which of the following best describes climate finance taxonomy? Okay, so any kind of economic activity that you actually take place without hampering the environment or in a environment sustainable way is called as the climate finance taxonomy. So here a legal mechanism for penalizing corporations that fail to meet the climate pledges? No. Next one, classification system that defines economic activities considered environmentally sustainable. This is correct. The remaining two, accounting methodology for quantifying carbon credit transactions. This is also wrong. Next one, a rating system for national governments on climate action. This is also wrong. Okay, so here the right answer is option B. Okay, so you are having B. Now let's move forward. 85th. With reference to the heat waves in India, heat waves is declared by the Indian Meteorological Department. So depending upon the temperature variation in the valley, in the plain areas as well as in the hilly regions. Do you understand? So a heat wave is declared when the maximum temperature of a station reaches at least 40 degrees in the plains and 30 in the hilly region. Yes, absolutely correct. And then the NDMA recognizes heat waves as a notified disaster. No. NDMA is the National Disaster Management Authority. What is a notified disaster? Any kind of disaster that brings large scale impact, okay, on the life and property is called as a notified disaster, which is notified under the, according to the NDMA Act of 2005. Here you have 13 classified notified disaster, okay, 13 disasters which are classified as notified disasters. For example, the earthquake, tsunami, and you actually have the landslides, and surprisingly cold waves are there as a notified disaster, but heat waves are not there. So heat waves not there. Do you understand? So only one is correct. So your answer is option A. Now moving on, you can see the next question. So this is actually the heat wave when the temperature reaches at least 40 degrees Celsius in the plains and 30 degrees in the hilly regions, and based upon the departure from the normal temperature, that is if it actually exceeds more than 37, it is actually called as the heat wave. Okay, so this is what it is. Next one. The Srijanam rig initiative recently seen in the news is related to which one of the following? To create the AI driven tools for analyzing the impact of climate change on Himalayan glaciers? No, this is wrong. To establish global scientific repositories of Himalayan biodiversity conservation? No. Next one, to develop digital platforms to document and preserve indigenous knowledge systems. This is also wrong. So if you've read current affairs, you will know. The next one, India's first indigenous automated biomedical waste treatment plant, which has been established by CSIR Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Okay, so that is Thiruvananthapuram, Trivandrum in Kerala for the purpose of waste management. Okay. So this is what is the biomedical waste treatment plant. Okay. So this does not need much of explanation. Let's move to the 87th question. With respect to the Environmental Protection Act of 1986. So this is basically a centralized law. Okay. So it gives a lot of authority to the central government to establish or to do anything related to the environmental related activities even in the states as well as the central level. So the act mandates the creation of the State Environmental Protection Authority. No, this is wrong. It actually says that the states can, establish the boards like the State Pollution Control Board, etc. But then this does not, mandate the creation of the State Environmental Protection Authority. So this is wrong. It identifies environmental pollutant as any solid, liquid, or a gaseous substance present in such concentration which is injurious to the environment. Yes, this is correct. It empowers the central government to establish authorities with powers to close or prohibit or regulate any of the industry or operation. This is also correct. Since statements 2 and 3 are correct here, your answer is option B. So here the provisions of this Environmental Protection Act, Water Act, Air Act, all that you need to know, and if there are any recent amendments to it, you need to know that as well. Next one, question number 88. Among the following organisms in the oceanic ecosystems, which ones are the primary producers in the food chains of oceans? So what do you mean by food chain? This is actually a linear sequence where the energy plus the nutrient actually flow. Energy plus nutrient flow from one organism to another. For example, there is grass. Okay, so the grass is fed by the rabbit. The rabbit is actually fed by the wolf. Okay, so this is actually the energy flow, and this is called as the food chain. Do you understand? So similarly, which are the primary producers? What do you mean by primary producers? They are the one that absorb or convert the solar or the sunlight into the chemical energy by the process of photosynthesis. Okay, so here what do you mean by each terms? Let us actually see. So what do you mean by copepods? These are small zooplanktons. So zooplanktons cannot be the primary producers. So these both are wrong. Next one, cyanobacteria and diatoms. What do you mean by cyanobacteria? The cyanobacteria is nothing but it is the blue-green algae. So though it is, algae in the name, what happens is that it is a bacteria which is actually capable of fixing the nitrogen as well as regulating the carbon cycle. So these are the primary producers. So this is actually correct. Let's see about diatoms. These are also small algae. Do you understand? Small algae. So these small algae are also the producers. Just give me a minute. So these are also these small algae which are actually present. They are primary producers. So here it looks correct. Next one, foraminifera. So these are small crustaceans, okay, like the snail and whichever actually has a shell or an exoskeleton made of calcium carbonate, okay. So they are also not primary producers. So here the probable answer or the correct answer is B, which is a combination of cyanobacteria and diatoms, okay. So with this, we've actually completed the discussion of environment and ecology as well as geography. So now we will actually continue with the next set of questions, which will be history, that will be taken up by the next faculty. So thank you so much and have a good day. We will meet you in another interesting live session.
For discussion session 4, Saksham All India Prelims Test 1. So we have already completed the discussion for environment as well as geography. So now we'll continue to session 4, the history discussion. Okay, so history, around 12 questions are there for history. So after that, again I'll be continuing with the current affairs session also. Okay, all right. So without much delay, let's move on to the first question itself. So in the context of ancient South India, Virukal refers to what? Okay, UPSC really like this kind of question. For example, they'll be taking a term, a specific term they'll be taking from, especially from the civilizations and all, they'll be taking a specific term and ask what is it related to. For example, especially related to Buddhism, Sangam age and all, there are a lot of terms on it. Okay, so this is also one such question. So here the term is Virukal. Virukal, sometimes it is known as Virakal also. Virukal or Virakal also. Okay, so Virakal, it looks like a Tamil word, right? Okay, so this is basically related to the Sangam age. Basically related to Sangam age. In our class on Sangam age, I've already discussed related to this. Okay, basically Veera means hero. Veera means hero. Kalla in Tamil or maybe in the South Indian languages, Kalla means stone. Okay, alright. So what are the options here? Stone edicts issued by kings to record land grants. Okay, so stone edicts issued by king. Anyway, this is stone only. This here it is Kalli only. So obviously it is stone. Okay, issued by kings to record the land grants. We'll go to the next option. These are hero stones commemorating the various. Here again it is more closer to the word. Okay, so basically this is the correct answer. Hero stones commemorating the various. So this is Veerakalle or Veerakalle. In many other terms are also used for this. For example, like in the Sangam age means many areas are there. For example, like the Pandyan age is there, Chola age is there. So different areas it is known by different name. Okay, another important term which is used for this Veerakalle is Nadukal. Nadukal means the stone of the land. Okay, so like the different terms are there. Okay, so the correct answer is hero stones commemorating the various. Anyway, let's have a look at the other options also. Okay, the stone edicts issued by kings to like record the land grants. Again, during that time the kings used to do this also. Like they used to keep the stone edicts so that they can record the land, especially to the Brahmins or maybe to the temples and all. They used to give this land grants. So these are not Veerakal, but these are known as Prashastis. These are known as Prashastis. Okay, so that is A. A is Prashastis. So this anyway I have already mentioned, that is Veerakal. Next one, sacred boundary markers used in the temple complexes. Okay, the boundary markers. Now also we have this boundary markers, like for example, like the kilometers will be written. At that time also the same thing was there. Okay, alright. So this is Stalachinna. 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 Usually used in the Sangam age itself. Sacred boundary markers used in the temple complexes. Okay. Next one, these are inscribed copper plates. So this have different names. For example, if you go to the Chera, Chera is also part of the Sangam age only. So if you go to the Chera, they are known as Chembod. They are known as Chembod. But if you go to the Tamil Nadu region, Tamil Nadu Pandya region or the Chola region, again this will be having a different name will be there. Okay, don't think that these things are only used by the Sangam people, even other kings also. For example, this stone edicts by kings to record land grants. So this were mostly used by other kings, like for example Ashoka. Ashoka is a person who is well known for the edicts itself. Okay, so that is Prashasti. Okay, alright. So this is related to this term Veerukal. Okay, and you have to ensure that you are not missing out these very important terms. Okay. Alright, moving on to next question. Yeah, in maths, we have a pair-wise question. Okay, alright. So consider the following pairs. So cultural tradition is given, the state associated is also given. So you have to identify which of the above pairs are coming under the UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage. UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage. Okay, so UNESCO has compiled a lot of lists. Especially in the cultural field. We have the World Heritage list is also there. The tentative list of this World Heritage list, like that. Different lists have been compiled by this UNESCO. Okay, so here you have to know this term, particular term, that is intangible cultural heritage. Okay, so to know intangible, we need to know what is tangible. Tangible means something which we can touch. Something which we can touch. So that is known as tangible. For example, things you can see, touch, even feel physically. Like the monuments. If you go to Taj Mahal, you can touch Taj Mahal. If you go to Konark Sun Temple, you can touch Konark Sun Temple. So these are tangible heritage. Okay. So what is intangible? So cultural heritage is not just always tangible. Sometimes intangible also. For example, like the cultural traditions will be there. Festivals, we cannot go and touch a festival. Dance, we cannot go and touch a dance, or like that. Oral traditions will be like the Vedic chanting. Oral traditions will be there. So these things we cannot go and touch. Okay, that is known as intangible cultural heritage. Okay, all right. So all these are part of UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage. Over the years they have added it. We have to identify whether it's matching with the state associated. Okay, first one is Kudiyatam. Kudiyatam is a Sanskrit play. One of the oldest Sanskrit theatre in India itself. So this is this was the one of the first items to be included in the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage, and it was added in 2008. Okay, so here it is written Kerala. The state is Kerala. Yes, this answer is Correct. Kudiyattam is associated with Kerala, but there are people who are saying that it is having a cultural heritage of 2000 years. But still, now also if you check it, it's associated with the regions of Kerala. Okay. Alright. So Kudiyattam is associated with Kerala. Next one, Kalbelia dance. Next one is Kalbelia dance. Again, this is also very important dance form of the Kalbelia community. Kalbelia community. So these Kalbelia community, they are snake charmers. Snake charmers, and even this dance is also known for the graceful movements, and this dance will also be mostly done by women only. So these dancers, their movements will be resembling the movements of the snake. How the we need some flexibility to perform this particular dance. Okay, so this was added in 2010. 2010. So Kalbelia dance is associated with Rajasthan only. The Kalbelia community or the snake charmer community of Rajasthan. Okay, so they are associated with this Kalbelia dance. Next one, Ramman. Next one, Ramman. Again, Ramman is also a very important cultural festival, or maybe the cultural dance, especially in the Garhwal region. This is in the Garhwal region. So Garhwal is part of the Himalayas. Garhwal is part of Himalayas. Okay. So Jharkhand, where is Himalaya? Can we see any Himalaya, part of Himalayas in Jharkhand? No. So this is wrong. Okay. Basically, Garhwal Himalaya means it is in Uttarakhand. It is in Uttarakhand. Okay. So Ramman in Uttarakhand. So this option is wrong. Third option is wrong. Okay. So 1 is correct, 2 is correct, third is wrong. Next one is Mudiyate. Next one is Mudiyate. Again, Mudiyate is also one of the earliest cultural tradition which has been added in the UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage. Okay, so this was added in 2010. Added in 2010. Okay, Ramman was added in 2009. Ramman was added in 2009. Okay, so here Mudiyate is associated. It is given that Mudiyate is associated with Tamil Nadu. Okay, Mudiyate is basically a art form, or maybe the cultural tradition which is associated with the temples of the central Kerala. Temples of the central Kerala. So it's mostly associated with the goddess Kali. Goddess Kali, who is in the battle with the demon Dariga. Okay, so it's a mock fight of this Kali and Dariga. So that is here. Okay, alright. So this is in not Tamil Nadu, but it is Kerala. Okay, alright. So 1 is correct, 1 is correctly matched, 2 is correctly matched, 3 is wrongly matched, 4 is also wrongly matched. Okay, so the correct answer is A. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is a correct option. Alright, moving on to next question. Again, this is related to the medieval Indian history, Mughal time period. Okay, alright. So which of the following was the strategic reason behind Shah Jahan's decision to launch a siege against Portuguese at Hooghly? Hooghly is in the West Bengal region. So what was actually the reason for this? Okay, so first one, to expand the Mughal maritime trade routes across the Arabian Sea. To expand the Mughal maritime trade routes across the Arabian Sea. See, while the Mughal empire did not engage in this overseas trade, particularly with this the western part and all, so they already had the monopoly. They already had the monopoly in the Arabian Sea. So they didn't want to expand this trade again further to the Arabian Sea. Okay, so this option is wrong. Next one, to retaliate against Portuguese piracy and religious interference within the Mughal domains. Okay, so Hooghly is an area where the Portuguese was very much having influence. Okay, alright. So Hooghly was established by the Portuguese in 1578, 7980. In 7980. So at that time, Shah Jahan was a Mughal emperor. Shah Jahan was a Mughal emperor, and Portuguese were having their a major trading post in the Hooghly region. So over time, what they did is how all the imperial powers will be doing. They also started fortifying it. They heavily armed it, almost making it independent. And the Portuguese stronghold within the Mughal, they created a Portuguese stronghold within the Mughal Bengal itself. So over time, they even became more cruel. They started engaging in piracy. They kidnapped the people, the locals, especially for the slave trade and all. They kidnapped the people, and also religious conversion was also happening. You can see in Goa and all how they were focusing on the religious conversions also. Okay, so that happened in Hooghly also. Okay, so all these activities angered the Mughal court, especially the king Shah Jahan. Okay, he saw this Portuguese as a permanent threat and a threat against his sovereignty, and also it was having issues with the internal stability, because Hooghly was one of the important areas of this Mughal empire. Okay, so that's why they started a siege, the siege of Hooghly in 1632. So this was ordered to curb the excess and assert the Mughal authority, again to regain the Mughal authority in the Bengal region. Okay, so this is the correct answer. This is the correct answer. We'll see the other options also. To establish a naval alliance with the Dutch against the Portuguese. Okay, Mughals were almost going unilaterally. They didn't have alliance with, at least in the earlier period, especially during the Great Mughal period till Aurangzeb. They didn't have much alliance with the European powers. They did not prioritize this naval alliances. Although Dutch and Portuguese, they were rivals, but they didn't have any alliance with the Dutch. Okay, all right. So this is wrong. This is also wrong. This is also wrong. To support the spread of Islam in the Deccan through Portuguese countries. Again, in Deccan region, Portuguese was having their one of the aims of this Portuguese in the Deccan region was the conversion, religious conversion. But still, this was also not the reason for having a siege of this Portuguese at Hooghly in 1630. Okay, so this statement is also wrong. So the correct answer is to retaliate against the Portuguese piracy and religious interference within the Mughal domains. Okay. All right, moving on to next one. Again, this is also a term related question. Okay, UPSC really like this kind of terms. Okay, so the devotional poetry of Sant Tukaram is known as Doha, Abhanga, Vajana and Bhajan. Devotional poetry of Sant Tukaram, a very popular Marathi Bhakti say. It was Sant Tukaram. Okay, so the correct option is Abhanga. The correct option is Abhanga. Okay, so Abhanga is a form of devotional poetry, and this is actually the praise. So devotionally, so obviously some god should be there. That god is Vittala, Vittala or Vidova, Vidova. Okay, so this is actually a form of Vishnu. Form of Vishnu. He is a Vaishnavite saint. He is a Vaishnavite saint. So it's a form of Vishnu. So Abhangas were written in praise of Vishnu. Written in praise of Vishnu, and the term Abhanga means unbroken. Unbroken. That is a word meaning of the term Abhanga. Okay, symbolizing uninterrupted devotion. Okay, devotion without any break in the flow. Okay, Tukaram was mostly active during the 17th century. 17th century, he was a prominent Marathi Bhakti saint. And obviously he is a Vaishnavite saint also. Okay, it's not just about what is the specialty of this Abhanga is, it's not just about the devotional thing itself, but it is a very deeply emotional, philosophical also, and also it highlighted some of the existing issues related to this religion, related to society. So that was also reflected in this Abhanga. Okay, so that is the correct answer, Abhanga. Okay, we'll see what the other things are. Doha. Okay, so Doha is actually the couplets. Doha is couplets. Okay, so couplets, these were written by Kabir and Rahim. Kabir and Rahim. So that is couplets. Couplets written by Kabir and Rahim. Maybe Tulsidas also in the later period in Hindi literature also he brought this kind of things. Okay, so that is Doha, couplets. Okay, what is Vajana? Vajana. Okay, Vajana, again we have to go little south. These are also short prose poems. Short prose poems. Prose poems. Prose poems. So this is primarily associated with the Veerashaiva. Veerashaiva, or sometimes in present context mostly we call them as Lingayat. Lingayat sect. Lingayat sect, and this is mostly active in the Karnataka region. So they are mostly predominantly there in the Karnataka region. Basavanna, that is the leader of the Veerashaiva sect. Okay, Alright, next one, bhajan. Next one is bhajan. Bhajan is the most popular term among this item. Okay, so bhajan means it's a broader term for the devotional song, but sometimes it refers to the singing rather than the specific poetry form. It is singing. You can sing bhajans in the temples also nowadays. We can see the bhajans. Okay, all right. So the correct answer is abhanga. All right, moving on to next question. Again a pair type question. So here the dynasty is given and the famous architecture associated with that particular dynasty is also given. Okay. The first one is Chalukya dynasty. And the architecture associated is Brihadishwara temple. Brihadishwara temple. So this is maybe in two places we can see this Brihadishwara temple. One is in Tanjavur and another one is in Gangaikonda Cholapuram. That's also related to in the proximity of the Tanjavur only. Okay, so Tanjavur was under the control of the Chola dynasty. It is not Chalukya dynasty, but it was under the control of Chola dynasty. And Brihadishwara temple, this is a very prime example of the Dravidian style of temple architecture. Dravidian style of temple architecture, and this was constructed by, if it's Brihadishwara temple of Tanjavur, it was constructed during the period of Rajaraja Chola. Rajaraja Chola or Rajaraja I. Okay, so he constructed the Brihadishwara temple. So this is wrong. So it was not Chalukya dynasty, but it was a Chola dynasty. Okay. Right. Next one, Karkoda dynasty. Karkoda dynasty, Martanda Sun temple. Karkoda dynasty, Martanda Sun temple. Okay, so this Karkoda dynasty, they were predominantly ruling over the present day Kashmir region. Present day Kashmir, especially the Anantnag region of this Jammu Kashmir. Okay, so this Martanda Sun temple is also in the Anantnag area. Okay, Anantnag area. So this was constructed by the Karkoda ruler Lalitaditya Muktapida. Lalitaditya Muktapida. Lalitaditya Muktapida. Okay, so this is Karkoda dynasty. Okay, so this is right. This is wrong. This is right. Next one is Chola dynasty, Badami cave temples. Okay, so Badami cave temple is in Karnataka. Badami cave temple is in Karnataka. Cholas were not having much influence over this Karnataka region, but who were having? It was the Chalukyas. It was the Chalukyas who were having control over the Karnataka region. Okay, it was a Badami cave temple. Okay, all right. So Badami cave temple, it was constructed during the period of the Badami Chalukyas. During the period of Badami Chalukyas. So this statement is also this pair is also wrong. Okay, it's not Chola, but it is a Chalukya. Okay, all right. Next one, Rashtrakuta dynasty. Rashtrakuta dynasty, Kailasanatha temple. Kailasanatha temple. There is a Kailasanatha temple associated with the Pallava rule also, but still the most prominent Kailasanatha temple is in the one in Ellora. Okay, so Ellora caves, the cave 16 of Ellora. So that is associated with the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Okay, so this statement is correct. In Maharashtra, Sambhaji Nagar in Maharashtra, we can see the Kailasanatha temple. Okay, so this is correct. So this is wrong. For 1 is wrong, 3 is wrong, 2 is correct, 4 is correct. Okay, so it's only 2. Only 2 options are correct. Okay. All right. Next one. Again a pair type question, but here we have 3 columns on it. Okay, so we have to ensure that all the 3 columns are being matched correctly. Okay, then only one pair will be correct. Okay. All right. First one, Indus Valley site related to the Harappan civilization or the Indus Valley civilization. So here the site is given, why it is famous for that is given, and which is the present region of this Indus Valley site. So everything has to be correct. Then only we can say that the pair is correct. Okay, so first one is Banavali. First one is Banavali. So Banavali is very famous for its fortified township. It's having a radial layout also. Mostly in the Harappan cities we can see the grid pattern. We can see the grid pattern, not the fortified township, but we can see the grid, not the radial layout, but we can see the grid pattern. But Banavali is an exception. Banavali, we can see the fortified township with the radial layout. Okay, and it is in Haryana. It is in Haryana. Okay, so the pair 1 is correct. Banavali is an important Indus Valley site which is famous for its fortified township with radial layout in Haryana. Okay, next one, Dholavira. Dholavira. Again, Dholavira is also UNESCO World Heritage Site. Only Indus Valley site which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So that is Dholavira. Dholavira is very much known for its famous for its advanced water management system, including the sophisticated reservoirs will be there, when the water channels will be there, drainage systems will be there. So all the things we can see in Dholavira. So this is correct. But problem is this is wrong. Dholavira is in Gujarat. Dholavira is in Gujarat, not in Punjab. Okay, so which makes this pair wrong. Okay, next one, Rakhi Garhi. Next one is Rakhi Garhi. Rakhi Garhi is one of the biggest, largest sites in this Indus Valley civilization. Okay, so Rakhi Garhi, again, it is known for the burnt brick houses. This is a feature which is very, we can't be generally say for every site. Okay, burnt brick homes, burnt brick houses are a major feature of the Indus Valley civilization. Okay, so this is correct. But where is Rakhi Garhi? Rakhi Garhi is not in Gujarat. Rakhi Garhi is not in Gujarat, but it is in Haryana. Okay, Rakhi Garhi is in Haryana, which makes this pair wrong. Which makes this pair wrong. So the correct answer is only one is correct. So obviously only one is a correct answer. Okay. Alright, moving on to next one. Which of the following is or are the criteria for language to be recognized as a classical language? What are the criteria for classical language? So Ministry of Culture, they have given a lot of criteria. So if the languages are satisfying this particular criteria, then obviously it will be added to the list of classical languages. Okay. Alright, so high antiquity of early text and recorded history over the period of 1500 to 2000 years. This is one of the prime criteria, high antiquity, and that too of 1500 to 2000 years. So this is needed for every language to be considered as a classical language. So this is the first and the foremost, most important criteria for this. Okay, next one, this is correct. Next one, the language must have inscriptional and epigraphic evidence. Okay, language should be having inscription and epigraphic evidence. So there must be ample evidence through either inscription or like stone engravings, or maybe the ancient manuscripts will be there, palm leaf will be there. Either that should be there to prove this particular antiquity. Okay, so based on this only we'll be able to prove the antiquity of at least 1500 to 2000 years. Okay, so this statement is also correct. Second statement is correct. Next one, the classical language and its literature must be in continuous use and identical to its modern form. Okay, so this is not right, because we have known every language will be undergoing its own changes. For example, if you take the classical Tamil language, or maybe if you take the or the older Hindi language itself, you can see that how over the period of time it has evolved. Okay, so obviously if that is the case, means most of the languages won't be in the classical language list. Continuous use identical to modern form is not at all a required criteria for considering to be the classical language. For example, classical Tamil, I've given an example. Okay, alright, so this statement is wrong. Next one, the language must be recognized by the parliament and as an official language. So this need not be a criteria. The parliament, this is something which is coming very out of the purview of this parliament. Classical language does not need to be an official language also under the constitution. You know, right? So Schedule 8 of the constitution, we have an official, we have the languages recognized. Okay, so this recognition is actually done by Ministry of Culture, not Parliament, but it's actually the Ministry of Culture. Okay, it's a culture based recognition. Okay, so this is also wrong. So 1 is right, 2 is right, 3 is wrong, 4 is also wrong. So correct answer is B, 1 and 2 only. Okay, 1 and 2 only is a correct answer. Alright, next one, again we are coming up with this term based, important term based things, and this is related to this something which is very something which is we can see a lot in this UPSC examination, especially related to the art and culture and the history section. Okay, so here you can see 3 terms are. So these 3 terms are associated with which of the following traditions? Okay, Vimokha, Vimutti, Arhata. These are the 3 terms. These are associated with Jainism, Buddhism, Ajivika sect, Samkhya philosophy. Okay, so you have to identify. Okay. Alright, Vimokha, or sometimes it is known as Vimutti also. Okay, Vimokha, or sometimes it's known as Vimoksha. Vimoksha, or Vimutti. Okay, so all these things are having the same meaning only. Okay, both means, all the three means liberation or freedom. Okay, so that is liberation or freedom, and it is associated with Buddhism. Vimokha, Vimutti, Moksha is associated with Buddhism. Okay, another one, it is Arhata. Another one, it is Arhata, or sometimes we call it Arhatship. It's actually a post like the pop, Arhatship. Okay, so this refers to the state of a person who can reach this level of Arhata. Okay, so person who has attained the enlightenment in Buddhism, for that we call it as Arhata. Okay, Arhata. Again, this is also related with Buddhism. So correct answer is Buddhism. Okay, all right. Again, this is from modern India. Journals are given and it is written who has started it. It's not who is associated with, but who has started it. It's a little more specific. Okay, all right. So first journal, this Comrade started by Muhammad Ali. Comrade, which was started by Muhammad Ali. So this is correct only. Muhammad Ali Johar has started this journal. Comrade, it was started by Muhammad Ali Johar. So this was publishing from the Calcutta region. Okay, 1911 it started from Calcutta. Okay, you know, right, this year 1911 is also very much important. The partition of Bengal was also cancelled. Okay, so this was an English language weekly, and it focused mainly on the Indian Muslims political issue, and obviously criticize the British policies also very strongly. Okay, all right. So this statement, this pair is correct. Comrade was started by Muhammad Ali Johar. Okay, next one, little confusing maybe. Navjeevan was started by Jawaharlal Nehru. So this is wrong. Now Jawaharlal Nehru was associated with Navjeevan, but originally this newspaper Navjeevan was started by Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, so Gandhi started this newspaper Navjeevan, but later period Nehru was also associated with the Navjeevan. So Nehru used it to propagate the Congress policy, anti-colonial views and all these things through the newspaper Navjeevan. Okay, so this is wrong anyway. It's asked who started it. It's not Jawaharlal Nehru who has started. So which makes this pair wrong. Okay, next one, Al-Hilal was started by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. Al-Hilal started by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. This is correct only. Al-Hilal means the crescent. The word meaning is crescent. Okay, so Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, later the minister Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, started in 1912. Again, this is also from Calcutta. This is also from Calcutta. Okay, in 1912, he has started the public journal Al-Hilal. Okay, so this is in Urdu. This is in English. Okay, so this is in Urdu. English, and Al-Hilal is in Urdu. Okay, again, this is also something which has blended the Islamic culture with the Indian nationalism. Okay, all right. Next one, New India by Bal Gangadhar Tilak. New India was not written by Bal Gangadhar Tilak, so it was started by Annie Besant. It was started by Annie Besant. Okay, so this is also wrong. It was not Bal Gangadhar Tilak, but it was Annie Besant. Okay, which makes this pair also wrong. So this is correct. Comrade is correct. Al-Hilal is correct. New India is wrong. Okay, so correct answer is 1 and 3. Okay, 1 and 3 only. So this is a correct answer. Okay, all right. Moving on to next one again from modern India. Yeah, what were the proposals in August of What were the proposals in August offer? Okay, so August offer, this is something the Britishers, the British colonial government, so they have given as an offer to, because 1939 when the war came, the Indian ministries they resigned. Ministries resigned in 1939 to protest against making them party to the World War II. So the British realized that Indian cooperation is needed. If they want to win the war, Indian cooperation is also much needed. So for that, they started coming up with, they started bringing more what offers, like August offer, Cripps offers, and like that many things were there. Okay, so what were actually the, in 1940, what were actually the provisions of this? First one, establishment of an Indian dominion after World War II. Okay, they didn't give the exact timeline, but they said that yes, we will give you a Indian dominion will be established. Okay, so this was one of the features which they have said. Next one, the inclusion of Indians in the Viceroy's Executive Council. Okay, again this also was mentioned, because earlier itself slowly we started to what the inclusion of Indians in the hierarchy, I mean the higher levels of administration was under consideration. Okay, now the Viceroy Council would expand, and the Executive Council will be having more in it. So this was also something which was given in the August offer. Next one, no future constitution to be adopted without the consent of the minority. So this is mostly aimed at the Muslims. Okay, Muslims only. So this is also correct. Clear assurance was given, especially to the Muslims, that any constitution plan would not be implemented without considering the views of the minorities. So this is also correct. Next one, immediate British withdrawal from India after World War II. So this year is 1940. In 1940, Britain had no intent to withdraw from India. They still wanted to retain the precious colony of India, the British India. Okay, so that's why they didn't have any plan to immediately withdraw from India. Okay, so this, otherwise also whatever it be, immediate withdrawal was not in their consideration till 1947. It's till before that itself they were promising only dominion status. Why? Because they don't want to immediately withdraw. They still wanted to have the control. So if you see immediate withdrawal, maybe that could be a wrong option. Okay. Alright. So this is correct. This is correct. 1 is correct. 2 is correct. 3 is correct. 4 is wrong. So only 3. Only 3 is a correct answer. Alright. Moving on to next question. Dadabhai Naoroji under Indian National Congress sought for gradual reforms through peaceful dialogue with the British government. So two statements are there. You have to identify whether the statement is explaining, the second statement is explaining the statement 1 correctly, or maybe whether both the statements are correct or wrong. So statement 2 is moderate bloc of INC wanted self-government under British dominion. Okay, so this Dadabhai Naoroji, also known as the Grand Old Man of India. Grand Old Man of India. So he was one of the founders, maybe the founder leader of the Indian National Congress. So that phase we call it as a moderate phase. That phase we call it as a moderate phase, like 1885 to 1905. This phase. Okay, this phase. Okay, so in the leaders in this phase, they were very much educated people. So they didn't want the Britain to leave. They thought, okay, Britain might be able to give some concessions to us and they'll be able to govern well. Okay, so this was something which was the ideology of the moderate bloc itself. Okay, and obviously Naoroji was also part of this moderate bloc. So statement 1 is under INC sought for gradual reform. So the moderate bloc, they always went with the gradual reforms through peaceful dialogue. Laterally extremists and revolutionaries are coming. So the statement correctly correct, and statement 2 is a correct explanation for the statement 1. Okay, so A is a correct answer. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 correctly explains the statement 1. Okay. Alright, moving on to next question. Again, this is a timeline based question. Okay, timeline based question. So you need to understand which all events happened before 1885. What happened in 1885? It was a formation of Congress. Before formation of Congress, which all events happened. So the first one is the Ilbert Bill controversy. Ilbert Bill controversy. So this happened in 1883. Somewhere close. 1883. So what was this Ilbert Bill? This was introduced by the Viceroy Lord Ripon. So this proposed that allowing Indian judges can try the British offenders in criminal cases. So this is Ilbert Bill, and it had a lot of controversy, especially among the Europeans itself. Okay, so 1883. Next one, formation. So obviously this is coming before the formation of the Indian National Congress, 1884. 5 only. Next one, the formation of Indian Association. Formation of Indian Association. So this was an organization which was formed. This was a precursor of the International Congress. So this was formed by Surendranath Banerjee. Formed by Surendranath Banerjee. Okay, Surendranath Banerjee at what year? It was in 1876. 1876. Obviously, this is also before the formation of Indian National Congress. Okay, next one, establishment of the first Law Commission of British India. Again, Lord Macaulay was heading this Law Commission. Okay, so this was also constituted in 1834. In 1834. Okay, so obviously this is also before formation of Congress. Next one, abolition of Sati. Abolition of Sati. Sati was abolished by the then Governor General William Bentinck. Lord William Bentinck abolished, and the person who was behind or maybe who was pushing was Rajaram Mohan Roy. Okay, it was Rajaram Mohan Roy. Okay, so this was in 1829. 1829. Okay, so Ilbertal controversy 1883, Indian Association 1876. So Law Commission 1834, abolition of Sati 1829. Nothing is coming after 1885. So the correct answer is all the four. All the four are correct. Okay. Alright, so that's it. So these were the history questions, or maybe the history, modern India, art and culture questions from the Saksham test 1. Okay, so now let's move on to the current affairs questions. Some current affairs questions were also there. Let's move on to that. First one, it is related to ASEAN. So UPSC always like to ask questions from these organizations like ASEAN. So ASEAN is not an organization where India is part of. In this option also, we cannot see the name, the term India is not mentioned here. But still, ASEAN is very important. ASEAN is a very important organization because ASEAN is an organization where India is having continuous engagement. And now also the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he participated in the 21st ASEAN India Summit that was held in Laos, Vientiane in Laos. Okay, alright. So here the question is, which all countries are in which one of the following groups are all the 4 countries members of ASEAN. Okay, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, South Korea, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Japan, Vietnam, Brunei, Singapore, Taiwan, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste and Maldives. So ASEAN is basically association of Southeast Asian countries. So whichever country is not part of Southeast Asia, we can directly eliminate. But still here also we can see that some of the countries are, in some of the pairs it is only Southeast Asian countries are there. Okay, so based on that also you can eliminate. So I'll show you, this is actually the composition of ASEAN. Okay, association of Southeast Asian countries. Okay, so ASEAN is a body which was born in Bangkok Summit, 1967 Bangkok Summit. The founder countries were, one, it was Malaysia, and Philippines was there, Singapore was there, Thailand was also there. Okay, so here you can see that in which option all these countries are coming. It is option A. Option A, Indonesia, Malaysia is coming, Philippines is coming, Thailand. All are Southeast Asian countries. All are Southeast Asian countries. South Korea is not a Southeast Asian country. Japan is not a Southeast Asian country. Okay, Taiwan is not a Southeast Asian country. So like that we also, Maldives is not a Southeast Asian country. So like that we also, you can eliminate. Okay, so these are the members of ASEAN. Okay, members of ASEAN: Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Brunei, Philippines. Okay, so this is actually the composition of one of the most important bodies in Southeast Asia, that is ASEAN. Okay, all right. Moving on to again type of an alliance. There is a Five Eyes Alliance. Five Eyes Alliance. So this is related to statements related to Five Eyes Alliance. Okay, so Five Eyes Alliance is an intelligence sharing alliance originally formed during the Cold War. Yes, this is correct only. It's an intelligence sharing alliance originally formed during the Cold War. Okay, Cold War is something which is the countries understood that okay, we need to have this kind of an organization. Okay, so the precursor of this is UK-USA agreement. It is UK-USA agreement. So obviously these two countries are part of the Five Eyes Alliance. So this is actually the Background of this Five Eyes Alliance is the UK USA agreement. This Cold War means 1946. Okay, signed just after the World War One. Okay, 1945 World War got over. So after that, this agreement was signed. So this also had laid foundation for other intelligence agencies. For example, now we have the Nine Eyes Alliance, and also we have the 14 Eyes Alliances also. So like that, this is a intelligence agency which is a precursor of many other intelligence sharing agencies. Okay, so this is correct. Next one, all its members are part of the NATO military alliance. Okay, so USA is part of NATO, UK is part of NATO, but still we have Australia is also. Australia is not part of NATO, and also New Zealand is also. Okay, so Australia and New Zealand is also there. Okay, so both these countries are not part of non-NATO. These are non-NATO countries, which makes this statement wrong. Okay, first statement is correct, second statement is wrong. India has recently become a full-time member of the alliance. India is not a member of this Five Eyes Alliance. So basically, this is an English-speaking countries alliance. Okay, we can see UK is there, USA is there, Australia is there, New Zealand is there. So all are Canada is there. So all are English-speaking countries. Okay, all right. So this is wrong. This is wrong. This is right. Okay, so only one is a correct option. Next one, again something which is related to the defense technologies. Okay, Nagastra recently seen in the news is best described as indigenous unmanned underwater vehicle developed for anti-submarine warfare, hypersonic cruise missile developed under strategic forces program, a satellite-based communication system for enhancing the naval coordination, a loitering munition system developed for precision strike capabilities. Okay, so correct answer is a loitering munition system developed for precision strike capability. So what do you mean by this loitering munition system? So loitering munition system means it's actually drones, weaponized drones, or maybe unmanned aerial vehicles. Weaponized drones or UAVs. Weaponized drones or UAVs. So it will be having the ammunition will also be carried by this, and sometimes it is also known as kamikaze drone. It is also known as, this Nagastra is also known as kamikaze drone. Okay, kamikaze drone. So the correct answer is D, loitering munition system developed for precision strike capabilities. Okay, all right. Moving on to next question. Recently, the State of Ocean report was in the news. It is released by, again, this kind of reports are also something which UPSC is very much fond of. Okay, so make sure that you are not missing the reports and who is releasing it. All this data also you are not missing. Okay, all right. So recently, the State of Ocean report 2024 was in the news. It is released by World Bank, United Nations Environment Program, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, that is UNESCO, and International Society for Automation. So the correct answer is UNESCO. Correct answer is UNESCO. Okay. So UNESCO is having an Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission. Intergovernmental Oceanography Commission. Okay. IOC. So basically this is UNESCO IOC. So they are only releasing this particular report, that is State of Ocean Report 2024. Okay, so what is there in this particular State of Ocean report? So this is a report which summarizes the current health of the world ocean. Okay, so basically what is actually the sea surface temperature, what are the threats which are faced by this ocean. So all these things will be covered in this particular State of Ocean report 2024. Okay, so the correct answer is UNESCO. All right, next one. With reference to Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, consider the following statement. India is a full-time member of Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. It is one of the specialized agencies of United Nations. The nations to get their gantry accreditation must comply with the Paris Principles. Okay, so India is a full-time member of Global Alliance for National Human Rights Institutions. So basically this is correct. Okay, India is part of India through the our body is National Human Rights Commission, NHRC. Okay, so NHRC has been a member of this gantry. But however, this gantry is having different ratings will be there, like A status will be there, B status will be there. So earlier we were in the A status, now we have been downgraded to the B status, but still we are actually part of this Global Alliance for Human Rights Institutions only. So basically this statement is correct. It is one of the specialized agency of the United Nations. No, this is not a specialized agency of United Nations. It's an independent international network. So that collaborates with the UN. Just a minute. That collaborates with the United Nations. Collaborate with the United Nations. So this statement is also wrong. This statement is wrong. The nations, to get their gantry accreditation, must comply with the Paris Principle. So Paris Principle is actually the foundation of the this gantry itself. Okay, so obviously every country has to comply with the Paris Principle. Then only they will be getting accreditation of the gantry. Okay, so this statement is correct. Okay, so this is wrong. This is correct. This is also correct. Okay, so only two is correct. Okay. Alright, next one. Consider the following statements regarding Chandipura virus. So virus is transmitted through bites of Anopheles mosquitoes. Anopheles mosquitoes. So this statement is wrong because it's not Anopheles mosquitoes. It's mainly the sandflies. Mainly, not saying that only sandflies, but mainly the sandflies are associated with this Chandipura virus. Sometimes it is said that Aedes aegypti mosquitoes are also associated, but definitely it is not Anopheles mosquito. Okay, so which makes this statement wrong. Next one, a vaccine is available to treat the infection caused by Chandipura virus. No, it's not available. No vaccines are available as of now. National Health Authority is responsible for direct management of vector control programs for mosquito-borne disease like Chandipura virus in India. This statement is wrong because NHA has nothing to do with the vector control in India. Okay, so other than that, we have the National Center for Vector-Borne Disease Control. Okay, NCVBDC. So this is actually the agency which is coordinating the vector control programs in India. Okay, alright, so this is also wrong. So correct answer is none. None is a correct answer. Okay, alright. Next one. Consider the following statements regarding space docking experiments, SpaceX. Okay, so India is the only country besides US and Russia to have successfully demonstrated satellite docking capability. Okay, which makes India the third, according to the statement, which makes India the third country. Okay, so basically China is also there, which makes the statement wrong. India is not the only country besides USA and Russia, but it is a fourth country. Okay, so USA is there, Russia is there, and also China. China is having that Shenzhou 8 mission, Tiangong 1 mission. All these things are space docking experiment. Okay, so this statement is wrong. Docking technology is essential for refueling and servicing spacecraft in orbit, extending their operation lifespan. So basically, docking means two what modules will be there. So these two modules will be combined together in the space itself. Okay, so this is very much important for refueling and servicing, and also it is very much important because we are about to launch something known as India's own space station, that is a Bharatiya Antariksha Station. So at that time also the space docking technology is very much essential. Okay, so which makes this statement right. So correct answer is too early. Okay. All right. Next one, again based on a satellite, Trishna satellite. It was in the news very much recently. So what is this Trishna satellite? Monitoring of ocean salinity and maritime biodiversity for deep sea conservation initiative. High resolution thermal imaging for natural resources management and climate applications. Studying ionosphere disturbances and space weather for satellite safety. Real-time surveillance of India's borders through synthetic aperture radar system. Okay, so basically it's a high resolution thermal imaging, natural resource management and climate application satellite. Okay, so that is Trisha, thermal infrared imaging satellite. Thermal infrared imaging satellite for high resolution. Okay, that is Trishna. Alright, so the correct answer is B. B is the correct answer. Okay. All right. Moving on to next question. Which of the following, again, important concept from economy related to windfall tax. Okay. So which of the following best describes the term windfall tax? A temporary tax imposed on companies experiencing sudden and extraordinary profits due to external factors beyond their control. Recurring tax levied on companies that consistently earn high profits due to operational efficiencies. A special surcharge applies to all business making above average profits in a financial year. A tax specifically designed for technology companies with high revenue from market dominance. Okay, so from the name itself, you might have got the answer. So it's a windfall tax. Windfall tax means it's a temporary levy. So that will be applied when companies make exceptional, unexpected profits, not because of their improved efficiency, but because of other events. For example, events which are not under their control. Not uncontrollable events will be there. For example, like the external factors like global geopolitical crisis will be there, maybe trade sanctions will be. So at that time, some companies will be able to make a lot of profit. Okay, so the correct answer is A. Temporary tax imposed on companies' extraordinary profit. Okay. Next one, AgriStack provides farmers with farmer ID linked to land records and livestock ownership, enabling better access to financial and insurance services. The AgriShow Fund is blended capital fund under SEBI's category 2 alternative investment fund. Okay, so basically the government, the Union Cabinet has approved something known as a digital agriculture mission. Okay, digital agriculture mission was approved, and this is actually a government-led initiative in the aimed at transforming the agriculture sector through the adoption of the digital technologies. Okay, two important pillars of this digital agri mission. One is digital, one is AgriStack. One is AgriStack, and another one is Krishi Decision Support System, or the DSS. Okay, so again, this is talking regarding that only. So AgriStack provide farmers with farmer ID linked to land records. So basically, all these things will be recorded. Farmer ID, all these things will be recorded. Farmer details like the details of the land, details of the cultivation, all these things will be recorded. So, and they will be given a farmer ID also. So basically, this is correct. AgriShare Fund is a blended capital fund under SEBI's category 2 alternative investment fund. Again, this is also correct. Okay, so both 1 and 2. Alright, next one. Which of the following best explains the Preston curve which is seen in the news recently? Again, this kind of pure economics terms are also very much important for UPSC point of view. Okay, alright. A graph that shows inverse relationship between income inequality and environmental sustainability across the country. Okay, so this is basically not Preston curve. This is basically Phillips curve. Okay, sorry, Kushnet's curve. This is basically Kushnet's curve. Okay. Next one, a curve that illustrates the trade-off between inflation and unemployment in an economy. So this is basically Phillips curve. Okay. Next one, a graph that demonstrates the relationship between per capita income and life expectancy. Okay. So this is Preston curve. So this is third one is Preston curve. Okay. So this is third. C is a correct option. Alright, next one. So with reference to tea cultivation in India, some historical data is also given, and also some thing related to tea board is also given. Okay. Alright, so the Tea Board of India is a statutory body that administers the overall development of tea industry. This is correct. Tea Board is a body which is dealing with everything related to administration of the tea in India. Okay. Next one, 1834, Lord William Bentinck appointed a tea committee to advise on the feasibility of commercial tea cultivation in India. Again, this is also correct. The Doors and the Terai regions of Himalayas are one of the major tea producers in India. Doors and the Terai region, there you can see that a lot of tea plantations are there in all these regions. So indeed, one of the major tea producing areas in India itself. Okay, alright. So which makes all the three statements correct. Okay, alright. So that's it from my side. So we have completed environment, geography completed, and also now we have completed history as well as current affairs also we have completed. So next we will be having a session on science and technology will be there. Okay, all right, stay tuned for that. So thank you.
So hello students, now we will cover up the questions from science and technology portion. Okay, so the first question, total there are 16 questions. The first question is with respect to Saksham Anganwadi and Portion 2.0 mission. Consider the following statements. It will be implemented by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It will provide supplementary nutrition support for children of age group 2 to 6 years. Anganwadi centers will be used as secondary healthcare units for all beneficiaries. And fourth, it is fully funded by central government. Now, such factual questions require you to study these topics in detail. If you have not studied this topic, then I would suggest don't take risk in such questions unless you're very much clear about the data, about this ministry as such. Okay, many times even UPSC makes such statements wherein they will change the ministry. For example, in this question, it will be implemented by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. No, it's not this ministry. So you have to cancel out, you have to understand how you can eliminate such statement. Okay, then it will provide supplementary nutrition support. Now they have mentioned 2 years to 6 year age group. Again, the fact has been changed. It's actually 6 months to 6 years. Okay, so this statement also becomes wrong. Third statement, Anganwadi centers will be used as secondary healthcare units. Nothing as such. If you read Saksham Anganwadi and Portion 2.0 mission, nothing as such has been mentioned, and this is just a vague statement that has been mentioned over here. This statement also becomes wrong. And at last, again, it's fully funded by central government. No, it's a centrally sponsored scheme. And just like any other centrally sponsored scheme, what we see is the funding is provided by both central government as well as state government. There will be some sharing formula like 60-40 or 50-50, some kind of that formula will be there. So it's not fully funded by central government. So overall, all the 4 statements over here are incorrect. And the question has asked us how many of these are incorrect. So all 4, that's the reason the answer will be D, all 4. Okay, so learn how you can eliminate, but to eliminate you need to have some knowledge. Okay, now the next question, question number 61. Now this is very easy question, very easy I'll say. So they have provided the satellite, the name of the satellite and name of the country. You just have to tell whether these pairs are correct or not. Now if you read the list, Lignosat, GLONASS, GPS, NAVIC, any serious student who has studied science and technology, space technology, he knows that GPS belongs to United States of America. He also knows that just like GPS, in Russia, they have their own navigation satellite system. The name of that is GLONASS. So this does not belong to France, this belongs to Russia. Okay, this one is right, this one is wrongly mentioned. Then you see NAVIC. Just like these two, India also has something called NAVIC, or there is a name given to it called IRNSS, India's regional navigation satellite system. Although we are not covering the entire globe just like GPS, but still we have some kind of a system which is what we call as navigation system. So IRNSS is also named as NAVIC. That's why this pair is also correct. 2 pairs correct, this one is wrong. Now what about Lignosat? Lignosat actually is a different satellite altogether. This was recently in news. Recently, some Japanese scientists, some Japanese organizations, they have decided that they're going to check the material that can be used for spacecraft or for usage in the space. So usually what we do is we make use of some metals to make spacecraft or anything. But now Japanese are checking whether we can use wood, as a material to make spacecrafts or any parts in which we are going to send in space. This is something they are experimenting, and to experiment that they've sent this Lignosat satellite. So this all belongs to Japan, this is true. So with this means this is the static knowledge part and this one is from the current affairs. Through all this we understand only second statement or second pair is wrong. So answer will be C, 1, 3 and 4. Clear? 1, 3 and 4, only second is wrong. Now moving ahead. Next question, question number 62. Now there are some diseases given over here. Dengue, leprosy, rabies, trachoma. How many of the above are neglected tropical diseases described by WHO? Now see, when we use this term neglected tropical diseases, this particular term, you should know that these are those diseases which are very common in the tropical areas. Now tropical areas are those areas where we find many countries which are very poor. So they don't have enough resources, enough infrastructure, they don't have enough funding to deal with some diseases, and these are those diseases. When we say neglected tropical diseases, these are those diseases which are very common in these areas and they do not get much attention from the government, from the authorities, from the international community. That's why we are calling these diseases as neglected tropical diseases. Okay, now you will get a decent list. You should read that entire list of neglected tropical diseases, and if you read that list, in that list you will find dengue, you will find leprosy, you will find rabies, and you will find trachoma. All these 4 diseases are considered as neglected tropical diseases. Okay, so the answer would be all 4, that is D, no doubt about it. Now you may ask, sir, from where are we getting this question? Neglected tropical diseases is something as part of the static you have to read, because when you're studying static part, health and diseases part, there we study different diseases, at least the important ones, the communicable, non-communicable diseases. Then we expect you to study neglected tropical diseases too. And if you have skipped it in the static part, then in the current affairs also, many a times, these diseases remain in news. For example, this trachoma was in news in last 1.5 year. It was in news. So somehow it was expected that you will prepare this topic. Okay. Next question. Now this is very interesting. I can say this particular topic has been in news since last 3 years, which is called as CAR T cell therapy. CAR T cell therapy. It's in news since last 3 years, I'm saying. Okay, so let's read the question. With reference to chimeric antigen receptor, that is CAR T cell therapy, consider the following statements. It's used to treat cancer, significantly reduces treatment time after first infusion, and NextCAR19 is India's first indigenously developed CAR T therapy. Now, if you have read, because it's in news, almost every time when we are preparing science and technology and looking at current affairs part, we look for such therapies which are very, very important. Now, cancer is a very, very important disease for us, considering the number of people who face this problem or who are suffering from cancer. And dealing with cancer becomes problematic because of the therapies that are available with us. For example, people take chemotherapy, people take radiation therapy. The problem with chemo or radiation is you might solve this problem of cancer, but this chemo also destroys your healthy cells. It destroys the cancer cells, it also destroys your healthy cells, because of which this treatment of cancer is very difficult for many people. And also it is very, very costly too. So the best solution that we have is to look for a new technology. So there is one technology called CAR T cell therapy, which is being used by scientists. And recently it was in news also, in last few months, I remember it was in news. But the point is, in CAR T cell therapy, what we do is, in our blood, if you look your blood, in that blood you have WBCs. In those WBCs, when you look at WBCs, you have B cell, T cell, so many cells are there. So WBC's major task is to provide you some kind of immunity. If something problematic is going on in your body, let's say a virus or bacteria has entered your body, then your WBCs will help you. So you have got some B cells, T cells. Specifically, you have got these T cells, which are going to act as soldiers, which are going to fight with those viruses or bacteria. So they are part of your immune system. Okay. Now what scientists decided, they will make a technology in such a way, they'll utilize these T cells. They'll do some genetic modification, change the genes in such a way that these T cells will now attack cancerous cells. Okay, normally they don't attack, but now they will attack because there is some genetic modification done, and that's what we call as CAR T cell therapy. You getting it? So it is used in treating cancer? Yes, it is used. It significantly reduces treatment time after first infusion. That's true. We do the genetic editing and we then put that CAR T cell in your body, and then your body will work and it will attack cancerous cells. Then in the news, this NextCAR19 was there. Indians have developed their own technology, and that is named as NextCAR19. This is India's first indigenously developed CAR T cell therapy or CAR T cell technology. Getting it? So now if you read all these statements, it seems all these three statements are absolutely correct. Okay? Good? Good to go? Good to go. Now the next question. Consider the following statements. Exposat is India's first dedicated polarimetry mission to study bright astronomical X-ray sources in space. X-rays are high energy electromagnetic waves used to study the structure of atoms. Now you see, Again, this is a very factual question. Unless you have studied about this particular news, you can't answer this. Now, just on the basis of static knowledge, it's very difficult because they're talking about this Exposat. It was in news. So, if you have read this news, you know that the statement is absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, if you look at the second statement, that's a static statement, you can say. They're just talking about the X-rays. So, if you see the electromagnetic spectrum, we have visible light that we see over here. You have UV light, infrared, microwave, radio wave, and you have X-ray also and gamma rays also. So here you see X-ray. If you see the wavelength, it is less. The frequency is very high. That means X-ray is very powerful energy. Very powerful energy. Okay, very powerful light, we can say. So you see, X-rays are high energy electromagnetic waves. Is it true? 100% true. And it is used to study structure of atoms. Yes, this happens. Even for our medicine, the medical purposes, we may many times make use of X-rays. Right. So this statement is also correct. This also correct. So statement 1 and 2 right. But now the problem is whether statement 2 is an explanation of statement 1 or not. That is the question. Both statements are correct. But statement 2 is not explaining statement 1. It's not explaining as such. It's an independent statement altogether. This is independent, this is independent. Both are correct independently. That's the reason I'll say this B option will be correct. Both statements are correct. Statement 2 is not the correct explanation for statement number 1. Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, now next question. Question number 65. With reference to this concept of low Earth orbit satellites, such as those used in Starlink, consider the following statements. Now, before you read the question, please understand, some statements will be given to you just for the sake of attracting you, but there is no other purpose. Those statements are not very important for you to focus on. The question over here is about low Earth orbit only. The Starlink is just provided over here. Don't focus on Starlink. Now what does this say? LEO, that is low Earth orbit satellites, have lower latency in data transmission compared to geostationary satellites. Second, LEO satellites have a longer lifespan due to reduced atmospheric drag. And third, LEO satellites require a larger number of satellites for global coverage due to their lower altitude. Now, I will call it a very easy but little tricky question. Many students are going to make mistakes when they are going to attempt this question. How this will happen, you see. Now, as far as latency part is concerned, now you see, let's say this is your Earth. Okay. Now, this is your low Earth orbit. Okay, this is your middle Earth orbit, and this is one which we call as geostationary or geosynchronous orbit. Now you can understand on your own that, I'm sorry, I'll make it again. So let's say this is Earth, this is your low Earth orbit, and just let's make the geostationary one, this one. Now, when you look at this low Earth orbit and compare it with the satellite which is located here, there is one satellite that we have which is over here, and another one is over here. Now, you can understand if there is a signal, let's say a radio wave which is being sent, one satellite which is present over here, which is sending a signal to Earth, and then that signal is coming back to this satellite. How much time this will take? And this one, which is very close to Earth, how much time this will take? So you can understand if there is a satellite which is in the low Earth orbit, it is going to take less time for this transmission of signals. That's why low Earth orbit satellites, they will have lower latency in data transmission compared to geostationary satellites. Lower latency, they won't take much time as such, they'll take very less time. This statement is correct. No problem with this. Second, LEO satellites have a longer lifespan due to reduced atmospheric drag. Now just use your brain. When low Earth orbit satellites, they are very close to Earth. That means the atmosphere is present over there. So this atmospheric drag will be substantially there on these low Earth orbit satellites. But those which we say those geostationary orbit satellites, they're way far, 35,000 kilometers or 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth's surface. They're too far. Do you think atmospheric drag will be more for geostationary satellites? No, it will be more for low Earth orbit satellites. They are close. That's why this statement becomes absolutely wrong. Rather, they have more atmospheric drag. More atmospheric drag will be there on these satellites. That's the reason their lifespan will be very less as compared to geostationary satellites. Okay, so second statement becomes wrong for us. Then these satellites require a large number of satellites for global coverage due to their lower altitude. That's obvious. If you're putting a satellite in the low Earth orbit, it can cover some area. You can see over here. The satellite over here, it can cover hardly this much area. But there's a satellite over here, it can cover entire Earth. Don't you think? So a satellite which is here in the low Earth orbit, because it is in what we call at lower altitude, we require many satellites. So this area is covered, we need one more over here which covers this much area, we need one more over here which covers this much area. Likewise, we need multiple satellites to cover the entire Earth. Got it? So this statement is right, this statement is right, only second statement was wrong. So if second is wrong, this wrong, this wrong, this wrong, only 1 and 3 is the right answer. Easy, very easy. Next question. Now this next one is about uranium enrichment. Now why this question has been asked? Although uranium and uranium enrichment as a topic, it is part of your static syllabus. You read about energy, you read about nuclear technology. So in the nuclear technology, we study about uranium and its enrichment. I said this is the static part, but it was in news also. Because Iran is in news. Iran is in news that Iran is trying to enrich uranium. That's the reason it was in news. And that's the reason we have asked it over here. So is it a question which is from current affairs or static? Nobody can tell. Right? Now see, what's the question? Uranium enrichment is essential for both civilian nuclear energy program and nuclear weapons development. You people can tell with the basic understanding of nuclear technology that any technology is not just about nuclear technology. Any technology can be used for civilian purpose as well as military purpose. What's wrong in that? As far as nuclear technology is concerned, same nuclear technology, same uranium can be used to produce electricity. Producing electricity is a civil nuclear program part. Okay, here we are producing electricity. But same can be used to make nuclear weapons, which is a military use, not civilian use. Okay, that's why the first statement is absolutely right. And what is uranium enrichment? You should know enrichment means. When you look at uranium, naturally this uranium which we get, it is available in two isotopes. So 99% of this uranium that we get is your uranium 238, and 0.7% that you get is uranium 235. Okay, now interesting thing over here is when we have only 0.7% uranium 235 and only 99%, or not only 99% uranium 238, we go for something called uranium enrichment, wherein what we try to do is we want to increase this part and reduce this part. Why? Because we are trying to make nuclear weapons, or we are trying to generate electricity or whatever. For that we have to go for a process called as nuclear fission. right? But to go for nuclear fission, the material that you're using should have the capacity to go for nuclear fission. That means we call those materials as fissile materials. Now, if you look at uranium, this uranium-235 is a fissile material, but 238 is not a fissile material. That means 99% of the uranium that we get is useless. This one is useful. So what we do is we go for some process wherein we remove 238 part and increase this part, uranium-235. The concentration of uranium-235 will increase that. That process is called as uranium enrichment. Okay. So enrichment increases the proportion of uranium-235, which is the only naturally occurring fissile isotope of uranium. Is this true? This is absolutely true. That's the reason both 1 and 2 will be the right answer over here. Are you getting the point? So unless you know the basic facts regarding uranium, that there is something called isotope of uranium 235 and 238, unless you know that 235 is the isotope which can go for nuclear fission, which has the capacity to go for that chain reaction, unless you know that, it's all useless. So this is the static knowledge you should have. And this was asked, as I said, because it was in news, that's the reason it has got highlighted. So you should know its application and you should know how it happens, the factual part, the technical part. Then you can answer this question that both 1 and 2 are absolutely correct. Okay. Now, next question. Consider the following statements about India's laser-directed energy weapon system. Please read the question. I'll give you a few seconds to read. So, here we're talking about this laser directed energy weapon MK2A system. Now, unless you have read about it, this was also recently in news. So, something like, let's say your enemy is attacking you. Let's say there is a drone over here. Okay, or let's say there is an aircraft over here. Aircraft. Sorry. Okay, and you are here. Okay, what you can do is you can, instead of, one option is you can fire a weapon, you use your bullets, use your missiles, whatever, to attack them. Other way would be to make use of a laser beam. What's a laser beam? It's a light, but we have concentrated light at one place. A beam of light where the light has got concentrated, because of which it will have immense energy, which can destroy the parts of the aircraft, and even possibly it can even destroy the entire aircraft. So if we use this weapon and through this there is a beam of light which is we're sending over here, then it can destroy these things. Such a thing is called as laser directed energy weapon. This is the name MK2A which we are having. Okay, now read this. Laser dew can engage targets at the speed of sound. Well, the statement is wrong over here. It's not going at the speed of sound, rather it is moving with speed of light. It's a light, I said, no? So light will move with the speed of light, not the speed of sound. That's the logical thing you can think about. So first statement is absolutely wrong. Then second statement, the system uses radar or electro-optic systems to detect targets. Is it correct? I'll say yes, it is correct. This radar and this electro-optic system, all these are used, both are used. It's not just or, it's and. Both are used over here. So second statement is right. And it fires traditional ammunition alongside laser beam. We said it is going to just fire the laser beam, a stream of light that will go. We didn't say that it will also fire your warheads, your traditional ammunition as such. No, we didn't say that. This is not going to happen. So this third statement becomes absolutely wrong. Okay, so only second statement is right. So if you see the options, only one, that is A, becomes your answer because they have asked correct statements. Clear? Good. Now the next question. I'll give you a few seconds to read and just try to attempt. Done? So you see, many times UPSC asks such questions wherein they will describe, they'll give complete description of an object or a material, and they'll say, just tell us what is that material, right? So here we have tried to describe this thing, that it is a two-dimensional material. So first thing is a 2D material composed of a single layer of gold atoms. So one more thing, that it is made up of gold atoms. Okay, first thing we got, second thing we got. It exhibits properties like high conductivity and catalytic potential. So it has special property like high conductivity. So electrical conductivity. Is high, right? Then it has potential applications in nanoelectronics and energy storage. Applications in nanotechnology. It is synthesized in laboratories using specialized techniques, and it is not found in nature or mined like traditional gold. So it is synthetic in simple. So which one of the following is the material described? The first option we have is graphene. Most of the students, they will get confused between graphene and goldene. They won't think about these two. You can easily eliminate. Now, if I see this entire description, this cannot be graphene because it's a gold atom. When we talk about graphene, graphene is made up of carbon atom. Carbon. Graphene is made up of carbon. That's the reason graphene is not the answer. So the real answer, the right answer over here is goldene. Just like graphene, this is a 2D material called as goldene. Okay, good. Now moving further, next question is about this 38th games, national games held in Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Now see, the official mascot over here was Shivalik Shaurya, representing the Himalayan black bear. And second statement, yoga and Malkham, they were introduced as new disciplines in this edition of national games. So this is a very factual question. Those students who have read or at least seen any kind of news related to these national games, they can answer. Otherwise it's tough. Those students who go for some intelligent guessing and all, I suggest don't make such guessing in such questions which are completely factual. These kinds of questions lead you to negative marking. Okay, so if you know this Shivalik Shaurya, this was not the official mascot as such. I'll show you this. You see, this is a mascot made up of a bird called as monal bird. Bird, the name of the bird is monal. That's why this statement becomes wrong. But as far as this statement is concerned, yoga and malkham, that's true. That these two were introduced as new disciplines in the edition of this national games. So second statement only is right over here. Okay. Now moving on to the next question, question number 70. I'll give you few seconds for you to read this question. Please read. Please try to answer it. Done? Now see, using blockchain to secure digital financial transactions, creating a virtual replica of a physical asset to monitor its real-time performance and predict maintenance needs. And third, employing augmented reality to enhance gaming experiences, utilizing cloud storage to achieve large volumes of historical data. How many of the above are applications of digital twin technology? Now, anyone who is not aware of this technology cannot answer this. And you can't be like, if they have asked applications, that means everything should be the answer. That's not the case. You should know what is digital twin technology. In digital twin, we are trying to make some kind of a prototype wherein, let's say, you have a car. Okay, I will attach a sensor, some sensors to my car, and now I have a prototype of similar kind of car in my computer. Now what will happen? Whatever changes that take place in reality with my original car, same changes will also take place in this prototype, which is in my computer or my mobile phone. Someone opened the door of the car, here also door will happen. All the data related to all the changes will be shown over here. Such a thing that we have created is what we call as the digital twin. And this is not just about a car as such. This is a technology now being used in the governance almost everywhere. In India, we're planning to make use of this technology. So let's say we have an entire city. In this entire city, we have got so many people living, so many cars, so many things, so much infrastructure. All this, if we can make a prototype in the computer, now in the real time we can assess what kind of problems are there, what kind of problems can be there in future, how we can solve that. All that we can do in the computers, and then we can change the problems in the real time. Okay, so this is your digital twin technology. So if you see, are we using any blockchain to secure a digital transaction as such? No, it has nothing to do with blockchain. It has nothing to do with digital transactions as such. Then second statement, creating a virtual replica of a physical asset to monitor its real-time performance and predict maintenance needs. That's what I was talking about. This is what the digital twin technology is all about, right? And third, employing augmented reality to enhance gaming experience. It has nothing to do with gaming experience. It has nothing to do with augmented reality. Utilizing cloud storage, nothing to do with cloud storage, right? Only second statement is right. So answer will be A, only one. Got it? Answer will be only one. That is the second statement. Clear? Easy only if you know about this technology, or else difficult. Now the next question, question number 71. Statements have been given. Statement 1 says, titanium and chromium cobalt alloys are commonly used in the metal 3D printing industry. And statement 2, electron beam 3D printing process requires temperatures up to 2000 degrees Celsius to fuse the high melting point materials. Now here they are talking about 3D printing process, which is also known as additive manufacturing. So instead of this 3D printing, they could have used the terminology called as additive manufacturing also. So be ready with any of the terms. We don't know what UPC will ask, right? Now, in this 3D printing process, what exactly happens is we are trying to produce things, we are trying to make things, but without the normal process that we do. Let's say I'm making this pen. Usually what I will do is I'll take some material, I'll start cutting it in such a manner that I'll get a shape of pen. Now when we are cutting it, we are subtracting the material, we are removing the material. In case of 3D printing, we don't remove anything, we rather add. That's the reason we mentioned the name additive manufacturing. What happens is we have a machine over here which directly makes something out of a material. But how it makes? It is making things in 3D, not 2D. See, normally we get a Xerox or any print. It is in 2D form. In 3D, this mobile phone is in 3D form. This pen is a 3D material, right? So making such things using a printer. So what you have is in computers, we have one software called as CAD. In that CAD software, we first make a prototype, a 3D prototype we create over there of this material, of this product that we want to make. After that, what we do is we start making the slicing, we start making the two-dimensional slicing, layered slicing, and then printer will do its job, wherein it will make, let's say I've given this mobile phone to be made. Let's say this 3D printer has to make this mobile phone. It will make it layer by layer. The first layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Likewise, it will make layer by layer. So once it is done, then we have this product available with us. Now the question is, titanium and chromium, these cobalt alloys, these are commonly used in the metal 3D industry. Is it true? It is absolutely true. Yes, we use titanium and chromium alloys. And why we use that? Because the electron beam 3D printing process requires temperatures up to 2000 degrees Celsius, which is possible with titanium and chromium alloys. It's possible. So is statement 1 correct? It is correct. Is statement 2 correct? It is correct. And because they are asking about the explanation part, is statement 2 the correct explanation for statement 1? Yes. Because they have this ability, that's the reason we are using them. So both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation for statement 1. A option is the right answer. A option is the right answer over here. Now next, question number 72. Kevlar and Nomex, they are seen in news recently, and these are related to which of the following? I'll give you a few seconds. If you want to attempt this question, you can attempt. Just few seconds. Just try to give me answer. Just by guessing. Yes, please try. No? Now see, if I have to give the direct answer, I can simply say the answer is textiles. Okay. There is a concept in textiles which we call as technical textiles. See, the clothes that I am wearing, I'm wearing a shirt, a blazer. Now these are also part of the textiles. But these we are wearing for the sake of aesthetics, to look good, or maybe for these reasons. But is there any specific reason for which we are using this textile? No. There's no reason. But there are some textile materials which we call as technical textiles. They are technically being used for something very specific. The best example of a technical textile is your bulletproof jacket. Look at bulletproof jacket. Is it made just because it looks good? No. It is made so that it can protect our army personnel or policemen, right? So what is more important when you're making this textile? The technical possibilities or technical specialities of these materials. So the strength of a bulletproof jacket would be very much strong. For a normal jacket, the bullet will pass on very easily. For them, it is not possible. So their physical strength, the material strength, all that matters. So such things are technical materials. Now, I have given you just one example. There would be many such equipments, many such things. Let's say there is a fire retardant material. If you see your car, the seat on which you sit, those seat covers, those seats are made up of material which are fire retardant. Even if there is a fire in the car, these things will not burn. So this material, this textile material, that is a technical textile, right? Now, the examples of these technical textile materials are Kevlar and Nomex, which were in news. That's the reason I said the answer is textiles. Okay, easy, very easy. Next question, question number 73. With respect to extra chromosomal DNA, ecDNA, consider the following statements. It's present in humans. They are circular and distinct from mitochondrial DNA. They require medium to replicate. Now, first of all, they are circular and distinct. This is true. They require medium to replicate. I would say they don't require any medium to replicate as such. They don't require. How these ecDNA are forming, you see. You have your DNA which is present in the chromosomes, which is present in the nucleus of your cell. Now, many a times this happens when DNA replication is taking place. At that point of time, some part of DNA, some fragment of DNA which is of circular shape, it gets separated from these chromosomes and start floating very freely in the nucleus. When it starts floating, then we are calling it this extra chromosomal DNA. Now, earlier scientists were not so interested in this extra chromosomal DNA, but with time they have understood that there must be some link between cancer and this extra chromosomal DNA, because in many patients they observe there is this ecDNA present and they've got cancer. Okay, that's the reason it was in news. So now I think you are in a position to answer this. There's nothing like it requires any medium to replicate as such. You can understand this part, right? Then, with respect to applications of radar system in meteorology, consider the following statements. Please read the statements. I'll give you a few seconds. Please read the statements. With respect to applications of radar system in meteorology, weather radars can detect particle types, that is rain, snow, hail, insect, etc. With the basic knowledge also you can tell, but if you have seen this Doppler radar system that was in news very recently, from there also you could have studied this part. This is correct. Radar emit microwave energy which are limited to detect the intensity of storm. Now, do radars emit microwave energy? Yes, they emit microwave energy, but they're limited to detect intensity of storm. That's wrong. Radar microwaves are very strong. They're very strong. So this is wrong. And when the storm is moving towards the radar, the transmitted wavelength frequency will be lower than the reflected wavelength frequency. That is true. So 1, 3, I would go ahead with C answer. Last, consider the following: fly ash, dust particles, sulfates, nitrates, soot. How many of the above are responsible for suspended primary particulate matter in the air? Now this is a good question. This is a good question. This is a very good question. Okay, I'll give you a few seconds. You can try. You can try. First of all, you should know what do we mean by this suspended primary particulate matter. First thing over here is primary particulate matter and secondary particulate matter. Now, particulate matter, most of the people are very much aware of. But the point is, if you look at the primary part, that means it's the original particulate matter. It has not reacted with any other chemical composition, and we have not made anything new as such till now. Okay, but we will call something as secondary when this particulate matter, something from this category, it goes for some reaction with any other chemical, any other element, and then it forms a new thing, then that becomes secondary particulate matter. Okay, so in this case I'll say this sulfate and this nitrate, these two are part of secondary particulate matter. These two are part of secondary particulate matter. But question has asked how many of the above are responsible for suspended primary particulate matter in the air. So remaining fly ash, dust particle and soot. 1, 2, 3. These three are your primary particulate matter. So 3, that means B. Only 3 is the right answer. Okay, so these are the questions from science and tech portion, total 16 questions. Okay, so we've covered all of them, and through these, means the way I've tried to tell you, from that you can understand that to solve any question you should have understanding from the static portion. You should know what's happening in the current affairs or current events, what's exactly going on. From any of that you can make those linkages, and by using some basic common sense you can eliminate the statements, or you can reach out to the questions, or you can reach to the answer. And there will be certainly some questions wherein the fact has been omitted, and in case you have not read about it, you have no idea about it, then attempting it just for the sake of attempting, that would be a very costly affair, right? So from all this exercise we understand how you can attempt the questions in the examination. All these questions are highly relevant, highly important for exam, right? So with this I'll wrap up my part, and after this Soumya ma'am will continue with the next themes or next questions. Okay, thank you so much.
in the questions, and then let's just follow one by one in terms of format that which of these are correct. Okay, so not only shall we solve them, but we should also make sure that we are using the elimination strategy as well as the rules while solving the questions. Now, let's begin with the polity questions first, and the question that you can see on your screen talks about Article 33. Now, as I've said multiple times, when you talk about the Indian Constitution, it is all your articles beginning from specifically Article 13 to Article 33, and of course including the other ones that come in Part 4. These are very crucial. These should be on your fingertips, because not only direct questions come from these articles, but also when you write down your mains answer, it is these articles which give you tremendous inputs. They give you good quotes to highlight your points. And hence the question here says that there are two statements. Let's figure them out. The first statement talks about Article 33. It says that Article 33 provides for restrictions on fundamental rights. We know that when we talk about Part 3 of the Constitution, when we talk about articles specifically from say 13 to 32, we are talking about fundamental rights, the heart and soul of the Constitution. It says that this article puts certain restrictions on fundamental rights, while on the other hand, martial law is in force in an area within any region of the Indian territory. And the second statement here says any law made under Article 33 by the Parliament can be challenged in any court on the ground of contravention of any of the fundamental rights. And now we need to figure out really which of these statements are therefore true. So let's quickly have a look. The first statement here talks about restrictions on fundamental rights, but much before that, what do we even understand by the concept of martial law before we break down the statement properly? So talking about martial law, it is simply a very temporary, now remember it is a very makeshift arrangement, so it's a temporary substitution of military authority for a civil government. Of course, it happens in the case of an emergency. Say suppose the situation is a war situation, or say for example if we are talking about a situation where we have external aggression, or we are talking about any internal armed rebellion in India. So in that case we usually talk about martial law that's being imposed. Now having said that, under martial laws therefore military is the one that takes control of the entire administration. We know that military tribunals will replace your regular civil courts. That's about martial law. Now definitely it is your Article 34 actually that talks about restrictions on fundamental rights during the martial law. Okay, so clearly we can know why is the statement not correct here. Now talking about the second statement, so when now elimination works very beautifully here. Say for example, once you understand that there is something wrong with the first statement, so rather than just jumping onto the second statement, we could say that therefore A cannot be the answer. Therefore, C can also not be the answer. So we can eliminate two choices. Now coming back to the second one, it talks about how any law that's made under Article 33, it can be challenged in any court on the basis of contravention of any of the fundamental rights. Now having said this, second statement also looks completely incorrect, because Article 33 in fact clearly tells you that any law that's made by the Parliament under its provisions cannot be challenged in any court on the ground of contravention of any of the fundamental rights. So therefore this also does not look correct. So in that case we can safely say that both statements here are wrong, and hence D will be your valid answer, which is neither one nor two. So very simply, just because in the first statement also we had one part which was incorrect, in the second statement it's completely incorrect. So yes, eliminating that, D will be the valid answer. Now with that, let's quickly also remember that Article 34 provides for restrictions on fundamental rights, but martial law is something that can be imposed on any territory under the Indian sovereignty. So that way you can completely comprehend the first article. Now with this, it's also important therefore to little bit understand the provisions of emergency. Okay, so when we talk about the previous question, before jumping on, it's also quite important for you to be a little thorough with some articles that deal with emergency in the Constitution. In the previous years also many questions have come where you are asked to differentiate between these three provisions. So these articles I'm talking about would be Articles 352, Articles 356 and Articles 360. Now each of these talks about a different kind of emergency, whether it's external aggression, or whether it talks about internal armed rebellion, or whether it simply talks about a financial emergency. So we need to be very sure about the distinction between all these. Okay, now having said that, the second question here proceeds to talk about that with reference to the pardoning power of the president. So when it comes to the fact that president can pardon people who are you can say convicted of certain crime or a sentence, in that case we need to consider certain statements here. The first statement says that the president must exercise his pardoning power on the advice of the Council of Ministers. The second statement talks about how the president can pardon a sentence imposed under state laws without consulting the governor, who is the executive head of the state. Talking about the third statement, it says the president's pardoning power is a parallel power of judicial review. Now, very interesting, because in the last few weeks, as you know, judicial review has consistently been in question through various episodes that are happening. So in this, let's quickly remember that the pardoning power of the President of India is typically dealt with when we talk about with reference to Article 72 of the Indian Constitution. It therefore allows your President, who is the executive head of the state, to grant pardon, reprieves, respites, or remission of punishment to either suspend, or to either commute, or to either remit any person who's convicted of any offence by the Indian laws. Now, having said that, here statement 1 is therefore absolutely correct. Yes, because the president has to exercise his executive power, including his pardoning power, on the advice and discussion with the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. So this is quite in line with the parliamentary system of government in India. So the first statement here obviously looks absolutely correct. Now proceeding with the second statement has some problem. But even before we say that, when we know that the first statement is correct, we know that D therefore cannot be the right answer. Okay. Now the second statement talks about how sentence imposed under state laws, he can pardon that without consulting the governor. So this is not correct for sure, because the president power to grant pardon under Article 72 is covered with respect to the union laws, and definitely it also covers sentences given by court martial and death sentences. But all the sentences or all the offences that are covered under the state laws, in that case the power to pardon is vested with the governor actually, and this article specifically would be your Article 161 of the Constitution, where we talk about governor's power with respect to giving pardons and various interventions with respect to any crime or sentencing in India. So therefore we know that the statement is not correct. If the second statement is not correct, we can say that definitely some elimination can be done, that we can't say the answer is only 3 or only 2 yet. So let's wait and cover the third statement also here. The third statement was talking about the power of judicial review, the parallel power. So the third is also here clearly not correct. Why is it not correct? Because the pardoning power of the president is actually an executive power, okay? And because it's an executive power, you can't say that it's a judicial one. So the fundamental of the third statement doesn't make any sense. So here we can say therefore that clearly only the first statement here holds valid, and hence we could say that the answer to this question is only A. That is, only one statement is correct. Both second and third statement are faulty statements. Okay, so quite easy. But this also reminds me that you must be aware of all the articles covered from Article 72 to Article 75, because these are very, very pertinent to understand the executive structure of the Indian Parliament. So be very thorough with these articles, of course. And now the next question talks about Lok Adalats. Talking about Lok Adalats, please understand that these are essentially alternate dispute resolution mechanisms in India. When we say alternate dispute mechanisms, we mean that they are meant to arbitrate or to solve the problems of various conflicts, disputes outside the purview of courts, given that courts are already heavily burdened with many ongoing cases. So just to relieve that pressure, this kind of a system was actually advocated for. And now talking about the Lok Adalat as such, so let's understand that this was recognized under the Legal Services Authorities Act that happened in 1987. Ultimate aim is to provide a speedy, cost-effective, very timely, fair justice to people when it comes to various kind of civil issues. Now, given that, let's have a look at the third statements with respect to Lok Adalat. The first one says Lok Adalats can settle disputes only when both parties agree to a compromise, and the first statement here is absolutely correct, because the whole principle behind Lok Adalat is that of a compromise. Okay, since it's outside the purview of conventional courts, the ultimate principle is compromise here between the two parties and mutual cooperation. So we could say that yes, the first statement is absolutely correct, because section 20 of the Legal Services Authorities Act says that it can only be settled if both people are ready to reach a compromise in the first place, otherwise it wouldn't happen. So yes, the first statement is correct. So if the first statement is correct, we can definitely exclude option B. It says only 2 and 3 are valid, which is not the case clearly. Now, having said that, let's proceed with the second statement. The second statement here says that the decision of a Lok Adalat is binding and has the status of a decree in a civil court. So the power is that of a jurisdiction, just like a civil court, so it has to be binding on the parties concerned. Now, correctly, this is also true, because when you talk about the section 21 of the Legal Services Authorities Act 1987, the award of a Lok Adalat is not only binding on all the parties, but also except in the case of a fraud or in the case of a question of transparency of the jurisdiction, it cannot even be appealed in any court. So definitely we can say that the second statement is also valid here. Now that the second statement is also valid, let's look at the third statement. It says the National Legal Services Authority, or NALSA, is directly responsible for organizing Lok Adalats in India at the district level. What do you think? Definitely you know that the statement is faulty, because talking about NALSA, it does not directly organize the Lok Adalat at the district level. In fact, the Lok Adalats are organized by the state level Legal Services Authority, that's the SLSAs. So therefore, NALSA can only provide guidelines of funds and policy direction, but the actual organization is not done under the NALSA. So the third will not be correct. So if the third is not correct, then D and C and B cannot be valid. Of course, A will be a valid answer. That the first two statements only here hold true. They only hold valid. Okay, now with that, let's proceed with the next question quickly. The next question talks about the Constituent Assembly of India. It's pretty much modern history cum polity. So it says that consider the following statements with reference to the Constituent Assembly of India. The first statement talks about Motilal Nehru first proposed the idea of a Constituent Assembly for India in the Nehru Report of 1928. Okay, so I think it's quite an easy one, because typically it is not even extending to your polity. So we can say that yes, absolutely statement 1 is correct, because ultimately the idea of the Constituent Assembly was actually coming from M.N. Roy in 1934, or we could say that it was an idea that was officially first not articulated by Motilal Nehru, in fact. So definitely there is something quite fishy about the statement. But look at the second statement first. It says the Indian National Congress officially demanded a Constituent Assembly for the first time in 1938. So here the second statement, of course, is very visibly wrong, because we know that in 1934 the idea of a Constituent Assembly of India was put forward for the first time by M.N. Roy, who was also the torchbearer of the communist movement in India. So second statement here completely looks wrong. And talking about the third statement, we'll wait for the first statement, we'll analyze it again. Let's just first see the trick of the question. The third one says, in the August offer, the British government officially endorsed the idea of a Constituent Assembly, and this is quite valid here, because the British government officially accepted the idea of the Constituent Assembly in the August offer in 1940. So we can say that yes, the third statement here is quite valid. But talking about the first statement as such, okay, so the first statement was saying that Motilal Nehru had proposed the idea of Constituent Assembly, but when we broke down the second statement and when we took the name of M.N. Roy and his proposition of the idea back in 1934, obviously the first statement automatically stood wrong. So now we can say that both the first and the second statements were incorrect. So if only the third statement is correct, then which could be the correct code here? Only one, because that's the only third statement that's valid. Now remember, of late UPSC will give you questions exactly in this pattern. So you will not only have to eliminate the wrong choices, but then you have to figure out how many of the statements are correct. So there's no possibility of a guesswork. So the beauty behind, sometimes when we are slightly unsure about one statement, go to the second statement and read it thoroughly. Sometimes the answer of the first statement could be very easily coming from the second or the third statements too. So that's the whole beauty of handling questions where there is no scope of guesswork, in fact. And on that note, the next is question number 37 here. It talks about, with reference to preventive detention, consider the following statements. 1. Preventive detention laws are placed in the concurrent list of the 7th schedule. And the second statement talks about, it was first introduced in India after emergency of 1975, the black period of Indian history, of course. So here preventive detention is what? Essentially, it is, as the name suggests, it is a situation where a person is detained without a trial. It's based on a fear, an apprehension, a notion that the person may commit a crime in the near future. So it's a basically precautionary measure. It's not a punitive measure. Punitive happens once the crime is done. Preventive happens before the possibility of such a crime happens. But quite unlike punitive detention, which is a punishment after the crime, we can say that preventive detention basically is happening only in the cases where there is a clear threat to public disorder, national security, integrity, sovereignty are under threat. So that's the situation where it happens. And if you talk about the constitutional provisions, then it is your Article 22 subclause 3 to subclause 7, which typically talks about the situation of preventive detention, which is usually permitted up to 3 months, and it can be extended provided it's approved by advisory board of the High Court judges there. So in that case, let's analyze the two statements quickly now. And we know that the first statement here is absolutely correct, because preventive detention is not only in the concurrent list, but actually it is the entry 3 of the concurrent list. And whenever we talk about the division of powers, that's your union, state and concurrent list, do not forget the mention of the 7th schedule of the Constitution. So we keep asking you questions like which topic pertains to which list. So all 12 schedules should be on your fingertips actually, because any question can be based on that. So it is the 7th schedule, talks about the division of power, and definitely preventive detention is the concurrent list, where both union and the state governments can adjudicate. They both can legislate on the topics mentioned under this list, with the preventive detention specifically being entry 3rd of the concurrent list. Okay, I'll mention entry also here. Okay. Now, having said that, the second statement was talking about how it was introduced. So the second statement is not valid, because preventive detention was not introduced during the black emergency period of 1975, but even it came as early as 1950, when actually the Constitution had taken shape. Okay, so it was enacted under Article 22, so which means that it was also existing during the time of the British rule. So talk about the Defence of India Act or the Rowlatt Act, which was also considered a very draconian act. It was existing since then. So we can say therefore that here answer will be A, because just the first statement is valid, not the second one. And now proceeding with the next question on the screen, here we are going to talk briefly about the preamble of the Constitution, that is also considered the key to the Constitution. Okay, a lot of people say it's the preface to the Constitution, and it obviously encapsulates the most important principles of Indian Republic, say suppose secular, sovereign, socialist, democratic republic. So all of that comes from Constitution. A very good question can be that which amendment actually introduced the word secular in the Indian preamble. So anybody who would like to question can definitely post a comment there, and I would be thrilled to know the answer. So the question per se says, which of the following characteristics or features of the Constitution preamble are associated with a republic? And these are given in the preamble of the Constitution. So there are 4 statements here. One is universal adult franchise. Second is election of the head of the state for a fixed term, and the third is absence of privileged classes, and fourth is political sovereignty is vested in the people. So here when we talk about a republic, it's a form of government where the head of the government or the state is elected usually for a fixed period of time. And political sovereignty, when we talk about, would mean a situation where the government is elected by the people. It's not aristocracy, or it's not a government that is coming through inheritance, or it's not an autocracy. We are talking about franchisee, where people directly elect the government. So we all know that India is in lines of a socialistic democracy. Okay, now the characteristics associated with your say preamble in terms of republic are that when we talk about universal adult franchisee, we know that it is a situation where all Indians above the age of 18 can typically cast their vote. When we talk about election of the head of the state, we know that in India it is a very key feature that there's a term of 5 years that is subjected to various heads of the state in terms of executive, legislature, judiciary in many cases. We talk about absence of privileged classes. So of course, when we say we are a socialistic democracy, we do talk about equality, which means that all our articles from 14 to your article 32, in fact, constitutional remedies, it says that every Indian citizen, irrespective of their gender, their caste, their race, or the place of birth, religion, they are all entitled to similar kind of fundamental rights if they are Indian citizens. So which means that we do believe in not really considering anybody as privileged. Now here, definitely you could also relate this with Article 18 of the Constitution. Just look into it and let me know which article am I talking about, which further creates more equality. Then we talk about political sovereignty. Of course, we know that the fundamental principle underlying a republic is that the ultimate power is with the people, not exactly with any few leaders or few individuals. It's actually in with people itself. So therefore clearly we see here that it is your 2, 3 and 4 are the clear ideas that are given and highlighted with respect to our preamble. So we can say B will be the valid answer here, because yes, we talk about India is a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. So all these 3 features are reflected in the 2, 3 and 4 statements. When we talk about statement 1, of course that's a principle that we have, but then that's not something that we see in the preamble being reflected as such, making B your valid answer. And with that, now let's proceed with the next question, which talks about amendment actually. So there are many kinds of amendment. You know the simple majority, you must know about the 2/3 majority, special majority, and you must know about the majority in which even the state legislatures are requested to give their opinion. So all these 3 kinds you should be very thorough with, which procedure is followed in which kind of an amendment. Having said that, the question goes like this: in the context of amending the Indian Constitution, so there's a very big difference between the basic features of the Constitution, okay? So always remember the Keshwanand Bharti case. So that always helps you in listing that basic features cannot be tampered with very easily, because India believes in the doctrine of basic principle, okay? That you should always remember here. So the question says, in the context of amending Indian Constitution, which of the following majorities is required to pass a constitutional amendment bill in each house of the parliament? So that's the question. Now let's look at the options. A simple majority of the members present and voting, or is it a majority of the total membership of the house and a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting? Is it 2/3 of the total membership, or is it D, a majority of total membership and 3/4 of the members present and voting? So before even we proceed to answer the question, let's please highlight the Article 368 of the Constitution, which delves into amendment. It says that there are various ways in which we can begin or initiate amendments of the Constitution, but for most of the amendments the procedure would be being passed by both houses of the parliament. So in certain cases it is an absolute majority, that is 50% of the total members, that's a clear majority. In most other cases it is 2/3 of the members who are present and voting over and above more than half of the membership of that house. So while absolute majority would be simple majority, this majority that we are talking about is special majority. And in this case, let's understand that why amendments that say suppose relate to amending the federal structure of the Constitution regarding distribution of power, power sharing between center and states, they would also require ratification by certain state legislatures also. So you need to be very thorough about all 3 types. And in this case, of course, the answer is B, because when we talk about passing amendment bill in each house separately, so which would mean that not only do we consider simple majority of total membership, more than 50% of membership of each house, but also not less than 2/3 members who are present at that time and casting their vote. So in this case, clearly B will be the valid answer. That's also a very common form of majority for most of the amendments that you talk about. Now, say suppose when you talk about simple and absolute majority. So as I said, the Article 368 here becomes quite important, because for the examination point of view, questions can be very directly be proposed from this article. Also remember that not only do we talk about absolute majority, special majority, effective majority, but we also talk about special majority plus state representation. So you need to know each of the cases where different kind of majority laws are applicable. And having said that, now we can proceed with the next question, which deals with ordinance. So a few statements are here for us to see, and let's pick out which of these are correct or valid. The first one says an ordinance issued by president can have a retrospective effect, and obviously it's a no-brainer because it's quite correct. Whenever we talk about the ordinance issuing power of the president, we know that ordinance that is issued by the president can have the same effect like a regular act of the parliament, and it can come into effect from a date prior to the date on which that ordinance has been issued, and therefore this allows the government to solve a problem that is existing even before the ordinance has been passed. So clearly one here is very valid. Okay, now talking about statement number 2, it says that the ordinance making power of the president is a discretionary power. So ordinance making power is definitely not a discretionary power. It has to be done on the advice and discussion or suggestion of the council of ministers headed by the Prime Minister. That's very important. Okay, so in all the executive matters, including promulgating ordinances, the power is not discretionary. Definitely it is a power that comes via constitutional mandate of discussing and consulting the Council of Ministers. So the second statement here is therefore not valid. If the second statement is not valid, then naturally we can say that the answer will be D. So once we can figure out majority of statements, we do not have to waste time and read each of them. For the exam, it's a very good time saving strategy, that once you know both the first statements are incorrect, then easily strike them down. Then directly just go to D and say that, yeah, we can say that the second statement and the first statement is not valid there, and the second and the third statement are not valid, and the first and the three are only the ones that hold true, because first we've already seen is true. Now let's come to the last one quickly. The president cannot withdraw an ordinance without the advice of Council of Ministers. So remember, we are talking about the Article 74 of the Constitution, and in that case the third statement is also absolutely correct, because the power to issue, withdraw, reissue the ordinance again is not discretionary. It is always with the advice of Council of Ministers. So that's a very important thing to remember. And now obviously second statement was not valid, so D will become the valid answer. So always think of eliminating as many wrong statements as you can. That saves us a very time and energy saving mechanism, and Article 74 of the Constitution is something, just like we saw the Article 72 in the previous one, 72 is quite important because it talks about the ordinance making power or the ordinance promulgating power of the government per se. So quite important to understand in great detail. So with this, the next question here talks about article which associates with the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe, the vulnerable weak segments of society. It says which article of the Indian Constitution provides for promoting the educational and economic interests of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and other weaker sections. So we are talking about the vulnerable segments which are more prone to backwardness, illiteracy, lack of employment and hence inequality. So which of the articles clearly associate here with the weaker segments of the society? So now when we talk about the directive principles of state policy, remember this is part 4 of the Indian Constitution. Just like we were talking about part 3 fundamental rights, that we need to know all the articles there. Similarly, part 4, it's often considered to as the moral soul of the Indian Constitution, because these are, although not provisions which are justifiable, but definitely these are provisions which guide our government into a welfare-based policy making. So all the directive principles, are something that you can not only use in your answer writing, but also since they highlight the moral edifice of the Constitution, we must be thorough with them. So while it be related to the Gandhian ones, or whether it be related to the socialistic directive principles, whether it be about the international relations, or whether it be about gender equality or labor welfare or child labor, all these are equally critical, remember. So here specifically we can say that it is Article 46. So obviously the answer will also be C, but it is Article 46 which clearly says in the part 4 of the Constitution, that is the PSP, Directive Principles of State Policy, that the state will do its best to promote with special care the education and economic interests of the weaker segments of society, particularly scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and state will protect them and provide them distributive justice, social justice, and protect them from all kinds of exploitation. So clearly C is your valid answer. And on that note, let me put a very interesting question to you. Now there's a particular directive principle which talks about equal pay for equal work. Can you suggest in the comment box which DPSP am I talking about? So let me have the response through a comment post and we'll see. Okay, so the next question here quickly talks about another set of articles, and we are saying that in India, the judicial recognition of personality rights is primarily linked to which of the following articles of the Constitution? Is it 1, Article 14 and 19? We are talking about right to equality, right to freedom. B, Article 19, Article 21. Article 19, right to freedom of various kinds, of course. And Article 21, protection for your life and liberty. C, Article 21 and Article 300A. D, Article 21 and the most important fundamental right, constitutional remedies, Article 32. So, according to you, which of the following articles actually talks about the personality rights? Now, personality rights per se should not confuse you, because we are referring to a set of rights which are talking about the control and commercial use of somebody's identity, say name, image, voice, signature, manner, likeliness. So typically these refer to cult figures, celebrities who are more well-known people. Okay, so this is known as the personality rights. People whose personality is more of a public domain knowledge, people who are very well known in society. So here clearly you know that we are talking about C as the valid answer, because if Article 21 is associated with right to life and personal liberty, as affirmed by the Puttaswamy versus Union of India 2017 case, we know that privacy here simply means the right to control your own image, your you could say anything that belongs to you in terms of your signature, your identity, and you cannot let anybody use it in a very unauthorized commercial way. So it helps you protect your unique identity as a person. So therefore it applies to personality rights clearly. Now talking about 300A, it is right to property, we all know. So when we say that personality rights also is related to something where we talk about the entitlement of somebody to prevent their personal property from being misused by anybody else in society. So let's remember that Article 300A is actually no more a fundamental right. We all know that yes, we are referring to the 44th amendment of the Constitution of India 1978, which seized this right from being a fundamental right, but definitely it is a constitutional legal right that people have. And talking about Article 300A, people have a right to not let their name or identity be used by somebody else. It's almost a form of giving somebody an intellectual and commercial property protection. So therefore here absolutely C is the valid answer, and the other articles we all know about. We should remember them by heart, because as I said, all the fundamental rights are quite important from the exam's perspective. Now having said that, we talk about the NTH, the National Test House. We say that with reference to the NTH, consider the statements coming below. One is it functions under the Ministry of Science and Technology, and second is that it is the first government institution in India to certify drones. Now drone technology is pretty much in the news, and let's understand that NTH was actually established as early as 1912. The purpose was in the post-industrial revolution era, in order to fulfill the long need of providing some kind of technical new age development across the country. It was like a technical renaissance that we are talking about. So the center was actually located in Kolkata, Alipur region, and eventually it was named as the Government Test House. So Since we are talking about NTH here, the first statement here says that it works under the Ministry of Science and Technology. So absolutely yes, because it does work as a subordinate office under the Department of Consumer Affairs, which is a part of Ministry of Consumers Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, the Government of India. So we can say that the first statement, therefore, what do you think? When I say that it's working under the Ministry of Consumers Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, then how can it be under two ministries? We are dealing with consumer affairs, so definitely it is working under some other ministry. So this is a misplaced statement. Okay. Now, if it is a misplaced statement, then A and D have a problem, because if first statement is not correct, then we must not waste our time. We can eliminate the wrong choices clearly. Now, second statement, it is the first government institution in India to certify drones. Well, second statement is actually correct, because recently it has been recognized as the first Indian government institution which is officially involved in certifying drones or certifying drone technology. So it shows the usage of drones across various sectors such as agriculture, surveillance, logistics, and mapping and surveying. So this helps in standardizing and a proper regulated use of the technology. So second is valid. Now, if second is valid, before we move on to the answer, it's important to know the third also. So the third statement clearly tells you that it is responsible, which means the NTH is responsible for testing and quality evaluation of all industrial and consumer products, including pharmaceuticals and arms. So the third statement again is incorrect, because it covers a wide range of industrial and consumer products, but it does definitely not include these two gray areas here, pharmaceuticals and arms. So we cannot say that this is a valid statement. So in that case, obviously if the first statement, the third statement, both of them are incorrect, then we know that here only second statement is valid, making B as your correct answer. Now the next question for the day talks about foreigners' tribunals. Now tribunals of late have been quite a lot in the news. So let's see what are foreign tribunals. A, constitutional body established under Article 338 of the Constitution. So let's remember that ultimately foreign tribunals are quasi-judiciary bodies. Quite important to remember there. These are quasi-judicial bodies which come under the provisions of Foreigners Tribunals Order 1964. Let's also remember that they are ultimately meant to decide whether a person is a foreigner or a citizen of India. So it's made to have a jurisdiction regarding the identity, citizenship identity of a particular person. These are statutory bodies, remember, because they are created and empowered by the central legislation, the Foreigners Act 1946. Okay, so these dates I'm mentioning as a broad milestone here. Act 1946. So when we talk about the first statement, therefore it doesn't make any sense, because it's not a question of Article 338 at all. Now talking about the second statement, these are temporary commissions appointed by Ministry of External Affairs. No, we just saw. Now D says none of these, again ruled out. So C obviously becomes your valid answer, because as we just saw, these are quasi-judicial bodies. Definitely they are, although currently operational only in Assam, but the law is applicable across India. So definitely C becomes your right answer, judicial bodies under Foreigners Act 1946. Okay. So quite a simple question there. Now the next question says, with reference to the inner line permit ILP system in India, consider the following statements. It says 1, it is applicable only to a foreign national visiting certain border states of India. Okay, so second statement says it is an official travel document issued by the government of India and not the state government. So in this case, first let's understand what is this ILP we are referring to. So this inner line permit is an official travel document essentially that is issued by the Indian government, which allows Indian citizens to enter and stay in certain protected states or regions of Indian territory for a limited period of time. Ultimately, the purpose is to protect local customs, indigenous customs, and population composition, the demographic structure of certain places from being changed. So Lakshadweep is a very good example here. Now often we realize that when we have to travel that island territory, so we need a special permit. So whenever you question yourself why, it's always good to check with the legal provisions, and this is exactly what we are talking about. So if it is meant to safeguard the local traditions, local cultures, because we know that too much tourism, too much influx of people from outside can not only tamper with your demography, but also sometimes it leads to complete commercialization of local tribal cultures. So it prevents the settlement of outsiders in certain very sensitive, demographically sensitive areas to preserve tribal and local identity. So it was introduced essentially under the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation of 1873. Please remember that. And now to the question. If the first question is saying that it is applicable only to foreign nationals visiting certain border states of India, then the first statement here is invalid, because the inner line permit is also applicable, mainly applicable to Indian citizens, not only the foreign nationals. It is, as I said, a travel document, particularly to be carried to states like, say, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur, which was recently added. Now, on this note, let me also remind you quickly that there is a difference between the 5th and the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. We all know these relate to tribal populations, but do we know the difference between them? Do we know why are Schedule 6 states very different? If yes, then why? Can anybody tell me? And also, could you little bit comment something that you know about the tribal autonomous councils, because this is a very good way of learning all the schedules. So do post the comment and let me know how much you enjoyed the session along with the 5th and the 6th schedule, the key difference between both of these. So do let me know that. And now to the question. The second statement is saying that it is a travel document issued by the government of India and not the state government, but actually it is issued by respective state governments, not the central governments, to protect the local cultures within the state. So you have to apply to the home department of the state or any designated office. So we know that the second statement also is not correct. Now, if both the first and the second statement are not correct, then I think the answer is quite visible to us there. Okay, so let's first see the third statement. It says it is enforced in all states that are governed under the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. So now comes the question of the 6th schedule of the Constitution. So talking about the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution, it says it is enforced in all the states that are coming under the purview of the Schedule 6. So I was talking to you about the 6th schedule and why is it different from the 5th schedule, because in the 6th schedule you have specifically certain states such as Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram. Many times it's believed that the population, the tribal clans of these states have a very unique anthropological specimen category. So therefore they need special protection even in terms of their languages. So Tripura and Meghalaya, for example, they come under the 6th schedule, but they do not have an ILP, the inner line permit system at all. Hence, it becomes slightly confusing. So have a clear idea in your mind about the difference between the 5th and the 6th schedule. And talking about the third statement, obviously it is also wrong, because as I said, in all the 6th schedule states, the system is not applicable. I just told you Meghalaya, Tripura, they come under the 6th schedule, but they do not have the system in operation. So therefore, it's a very confusing option, I agree. But all the statements are incorrect. So we can say D is the valid answer. None of these are valid. Okay, so sometimes you have to read the question very carefully. Say for example, if you had not noticed the question, you could have said that it's asking for the correct options while it was actually asking for the incorrect option. So that focus is very important here. So the next question talks about Cabinet Committee on Security, the CCS. It says which of the following ministers are a part of Cabinet Committee on Security? Okay, so what is this? What is the whole concept of the Cabinet Committee on Security? So it is one of the most important standing cabinet committees in Indian government. It deals with matters of national security, defense policy, strategic affairs, including your nuclear policy, the nuke policy. Now that's very important to remember. Therefore, it's a very critical cabinet office. And let's also remember that when you talk about the composition, then of course it's chaired by the Prime Minister, and then of course you have other senior ministers like the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Finance, External Affairs Ministry. So now having said this, in this case clearly, when we have seen the composition, that it is meant to include Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Finance, then we know that here C could be the valid answer, because it includes, chaired by the Prime Minister, it includes ministers from all these cabinets. So it's absolutely valid that all these have a clear-cut representation in this most critical standing cabinet committees of India, and C will be a valid response here. Now, having said that, we proceed with the next question, and the next question talks about yet very important issue, that is the RTI, the Right to Information 2005. It says that under the RTI Act 2005, information can be denied. in certain cases. Which of the following is not an exception to this disclosure of information, which means which of the following is not an exception to the rule? Is it one, information that would prejudicially affect India's security, strategic interest, or foreign relations? So first let's understand that under sections 8 and under sections 24 of the RTI, there are certain exceptions. Certain exceptions, which means information can be withheld. There are two sections that we are talking about under the RTI Act of 2005, and these talk about these exceptions. Now these exceptions are there, but at the same time let's understand that the first statement says information that would prejudicially affect India's security, strategic interest, and foreign relations. So the first statement is actually correct, because talking about the section 8 clause 1 subclause A of the RTI Act, if the matter is relating to any of critical issues such as sovereignty, integrity of India, matters of defense, relations with foreign states, or when we talk about economic interest of the country, incitement of an offense, then definitely the information can be on a non-disclosure state and it will not be disclosed. So the first statement definitely is correct here. Now talking about the second statement clearly says that Cabinet papers including records of deliberations of Council of Ministers. So the second statement is also correct, because under same section 8 clause 1 subclause 1 of the RTI Act, cabinet papers which talk about records of such deliberations between secretaries, office papers, they can be disclosed only after the decision has been taken by the ministries or by the offices. So there are temporary exceptions, but usually it will not be disclosed. So the second statement also we can say is valid here. Now the third statement, when we talk about, again under section 8(1)(e), it says that information available to a person in his fiduciary relationship. So when we talk about third statement, it's very clear that under section 8(1) subclause E, as I said, 1 subclause E. Now section 8 is something that we really need to know therefore from the RTI Act, because recent controversies specifically with regards to the data privacy bill have always also been talking about the section 8 persistently, that the Data Privacy Act refuses or defeats the purpose of RTI. So that debate is very important. It's touched upon here in the question, and the third statement therefore is also correct, because it's true that information that is available to a person in his fiduciary capacity, position of a trust, that is a lawyer and a client relationship, or a doctor or a patient relationship, or donor and a recipient relationship, are also exempted from this kind of a disclosure, because ultimately it's against public interest. So if the third statement is also correct, let's see the fourth statement. Information related to allegations of corruption or human right violations by public servants in intelligence agencies, but this is incorrect, because now we talk about the section 24 subclause 1. Intelligence and security agencies listed in the second schedule are exempt from the RTI Act, but there are two exceptions here also. If there is an allegation of corruption or human right violation, and in that case this exemption does not hold true. So even for exempted organizations like RAW or the Information Bureau, IB, information regarding corruption or any kind of you could say human right violation or dehumanizing, so these must be disclosed. So therefore we could say that the statement 4 therefore here is absolutely incorrect, and if statement 4 is incorrect, then clearly we know that if we were to select the right codes from the given answer, so in that case answer here clearly would be your answer C, because only this statement here holds valid. Okay, so having said that, this is definitely not an exception. So C on only 4 is something that will not be exempted from disclosure, so making 4 only as the valid answer here. Now having said that, there is the next question that talks about prison system. Now prison reforms are also something that we must be thoroughly prepared for in the examination, and the present question talks about which of the following best describes the furlough in the context of the Indian prison system. So let's understand, this is a provision in the Indian prison system that allows any prisoner to take a temporary release from jail as a matter of legal right, as a legal entitlement, but it's not to be used like a privilege. It is different from the concept of parole, and the difference between furlough and parole again are very crucial, and they operate very differently in Indian judicial system and in other countries, specifically the US. So that difference is quite important. And talking about furlough then, let's see what the first statement says. The first statement says that a furlough is a temporary conditional release granted on compassionate grounds, kindness, humanity, such as family emergency, which is not counted towards the sentence. Or is it B, a type of permanent remission? It's a permanent remission of a sentence granted to a prisoner for good behavior and reformation. So please understand that furlough, as I said, is a legal entitlement. It is not a discretionary grant. It is a legal right that's provided to the prisoners under the system, and ultimately the purpose is to break the monotony, the same kind of repetitive monotony and the same life associated with prison life, so that you can enable a prisoner, a convict, to have some rehabilitation, some scope of transformation of personality, and there's no specific reason that's needed. So clearly A and B cannot be the valid answer here, because there is no clear-cut reason for a furlough. Similarly, talking about furlough, let's also remember that it is basically something that comes under the jurisdiction and the approval of prison department. Let's also remember that the days spent on furlough are also counted as the days included in the sentence, as a part and parcel of the sentence. So therefore, definitely here A and B cannot be true. Now let's look at D. A form of parole, but it is different from parole, granted by the judiciary. Again, we are saying the granting authority, approving authority is the prison system, not the judicial and not the executive. Under Article 21 of the Constitution, to uphold the right to life and liberty, no. It needs no specific reason. So definitely D also is not correct. Let's see C therefore. A legally sanctioned periodic leave, yes, from prison, granted without the need for a specific reason. Exactly, it doesn't need a specific reason. So naturally C here will be the very, very valid answer. Now having said this, having completed a set of polity questions, let's quickly proceed with some economy based questions, just to see the important economic domains that we can cover for the prelims. And the question in front of you talks about current account deficit. The question says that India's current account deficit increased significantly in a particular year due to sharp rise in global crude oil prices, supply shock, and increased import of gold and electronics. At the same time, foreign investment inflows were lower than expected. So in this context, what will be the situation that's going to happen as a consequence in India's balance of payments? Now, balance of payments, clearly let's understand, is basically a comprehensive recording of all the transactions, all the economic transactions that have happened in a country, and with reference to all the other countries of the world, almost like a trade ledger that's maintained. It has two broad components. One is the current account and the other is the capital or the financial account. Okay, so while the current account will keep a track of export and imports of trade, the trade balance, the capital account will take care of things like the foreign investment, loans, borrowings, banking capital, and other reserve assets in general. So with this regard, let's see the consequences. Now here A says a surplus in the current account and a deficit in the capital account. So clearly we know that the question is pointing out to a situation where there is a sharp increase in crude oil prices, which means literally about 80% we are importing. When you talk about importing the oil, we are actually importing about, say, 80% of oil from abroad. So it will increase our import bill tremendously. Plus we are also importing gold and electronics, so which automatically means that this will continue to increase the current account deficit at a very fast pace. Okay, so for example, if the current account deficit is 80 billion rupees, so capital account surplus in that case, for example, is 50 billion. So clearly we know that there is a gap of 30 billion in between. So how can we finance for this? Typically through foreign exchange, forex reserves. So which means Reserve Bank of India will have to sell some foreign currency from its reserve to take care of the skewed balance of payments that we are talking about. And hence what happens? The current account deficit will be large. The capital inflow in the country will be quite less, and India will have to use its foreign exchange to fill up for this gap. So now let's see the options. A definitely then is not possible because we are talking about a deficit, not a surplus. B, a surplus in both current and capital accounts leading to accumulating foreign exchange reserve. No, we are clearly short of that because of high imports, specifically of crude oil. Talking about C, a deficit in current account and lack of surplus in capital account will lead to a shortfall in forex reserves? Yes. No wonder the government, the central bank RBI, will have to lodge out some of its foreign exchange, particularly in dollars, say for example, to finance for this deficit in the first place. So there is a fall of forex reserves. It looks very valid. Let's see D first. A balanced balance of payments, a settled balance of payments position as long as the value of exports continue to grow. No, that's not happening clearly in the question. So C here will be the most valid answer. Now this question has been in the news, in fact, because of the increasing imports that we were talking about in the crude oil segment, so quite important for the exam. So also please understand that a country may face a current account deficit whenever the import of foreign goods and services as well as international transfers of capital exceeds the value of exports. So whenever you use the word current account deficit, please remember the country overall is spending more than the amount that it is earning in the global market. So obviously it shows a lack, a discrepancy there, making C the valid answer. Now with that, the next question talks about the gross domestic product. Again, a very, very important question because it hints at the clear difference between the gross domestic product and the net national product. So this whole big difference in economics between gross and net is something that has to be understood very well, because the hidden word here is depreciation. Over a period of time in any country, its capital assets will experience some degradation. Wear and tear is very normal of any asset. So that typically accounts for the difference between gross and net. So let's see the question. If a country's gross domestic product, that is the entire market value of all the goods and services produced in an economy within a given period of time, if that is increasing, but the net national product, which is actually derived from the gross national product, but you have to reduce and remove depreciation from it, because as I said, depreciation is normal in all capital assets over a period of time. Okay, so if this is decreasing, which of the following could be a possible reason? Is it 1, the country has a high level of capital depreciation? Is that true that the country has a high level of capital depreciation? Absolutely yes, because it is only the normal wear and tear, the depreciation in the capital assets that we keep talking about, that has led to an erosion of the value of its assets, and therefore depreciation clearly cancels all the gains that you are having on the GDP front, and your net national product will fall down. So it is a correct statement. Second, the net income from abroad is significantly negative. So the net national income from abroad, also it is a correct statement, because which means the income that is being earned by Indian residents abroad is also not sufficient. It is falling. It is much lower than earned by Indian residents in other countries. Okay, so the problem here is that what our residents are earning abroad is less, but what other foreigners are earning within our country, our economy, is much higher. So that creates this kind of a gap between the two. So the second statement is also valid. Now the third statement, a country's domestic population is declining. So clearly this is not being spoken to, because we are not saying the country's entire production, a country's entire output, its productivity is also falling. No, because if this was falling, then the gross domestic product, which accounts for all the value addition in terms of goods and services, would not be increasing. So clearly there is a contradiction with the question. It cannot be correct. So we can therefore say that the third statement here is completely invalid. Now this can be asked very directly in previous year questions also. Clearly it has been asked. So the difference between GDP, GNP, depreciation, of course, we talk about forex reserves, all these are very crucial points to be covered, and here therefore the answer clearly will be B, because only the first two statements are making sense to us. Okay, so remember that the third statement is contradicting the question itself. Now talking about the next question, it says in the context of a recession. What is a recession? A phase in which the economic decline is witnessed. There is reduced consumer demand, falling gross domestic product, there is rising unemployment, there is poverty, there is absolutely lower production, lower manufacturing. So it's a very poor phase, a declining phase of economic productivity for any economy. Question says, in this phase, which of the following indicators will be observed? Is it 1, increase in GDP deflator? So talking about GDP deflator, now concepts as such are very important. Unless we know that, we can't answer the questions. So GDP inflator clearly means something that measures price level changes in all goods and services produced in an economy during a recession period. The consumer also cannot have purchasing power. There is an inflation, of course. So the consumer demand will fall down. Prices will fall down. There is going to be a deflation in the economy. So naturally the GDP deflator will actually not rise at all, because there is already a very deflation going on in the market. So that's a GDP deflator. So obviously statement 1 is not correct, because GDP deflator will not rise. It is very unlikely in a recessionary phase where already production, demand and prices are falling. It's not good. Secondly, second statement says increased inventory. So the second statement is correct, because when there is less production, when there is less purchasing power by the people, the demand for goods and services is less. So how will the sellers sell their product? Obviously the sales decline. When there is a hump in the sales, in fact when the sales are not happening at all, then naturally the stored inventory will increase. So the second statement will be correct here. The first statement is wrong and the second statement is correct so far, let's remember. Now talking about the third statement, when there is a recession, is there a rise in fiscal deficit? Of course the third statement is also correct, because the government will increase its public spending. It will reduce taxes to encourage more consumption by the people, otherwise economy will not run smoothly. To galvanize the economy, these measures will be taken to reduce revenue and to increase expenses. Also to widen the gap between income and expenditure that has been coming, which results in a higher fiscal deficit, aim at improving some kind of economic performance. So naturally the third statement will be correct. Now the fourth statement, fall in durable good demands, absolutely it is also correct, because when we are saying that there is a deflation and there is no purchasing power among people and people are not buying things because of falling incomes, uncertainty, so consumers will delay purchasing durable goods like such as cars or other white electronic goods, appliances, furniture, because the costs are high. There is complete poor spending power that's happening among people. So naturally there is a fall in durable goods demand too. So in that case we can say that the answer therefore will be B, that all these phenomena will usually be observed in the case of a recession in an economy. Now the next question also pertains to macroeconomic situations. It talks about, consider the following statements. We are saying that 1. Unemployment insurance benefits that government provides to people. 2. Progressive income taxation. Your tax increases as your income. Correspondingly, higher the income slab, higher the tax slab. 3. Disinvestment proceeds of public sector enterprise, which means the government chooses to privatize or disinvest all the assets of a public sector company, like it had happened in India post the LPG reforms in 1991, when many major public units were disinvested. 4. Corporate tax holidays for a few industries. Few industries will be allowed to have a tax benefit. They will not give taxes for a certain window to probably promote their business and more investment, more privatization, maybe even more FDI. Again, quite much in line with the LPG reform policy that was adopted long back in 1991, and it has persisted since then. Okay, having said this, how many of the above are examples of automatic stabilizers in the fiscal system? Talking about automatic stabilizers, as the name suggests, these are inbuilt fiscal tools by the government budgets which automatically respond to changes in any economic activity without any deliberate policy legislation. For example, they might aim at increasing government spending to reduce taxes during a poor economic situation. They could decrease government spending and increase taxes during a very good positive economic booming situation. They could help in easing out the business cycle, or they could help in creating a very smoother functioning of an economy, galvanizing an economy. They therefore relate to any such mechanisms that take place automatically without any deliberate decision making. So in that case, among all these four statements, if we see one is absolutely correct, because during such a situation, when the government feels that people need some kind of unemployment benefits to make sure that there is financial support being given to people who have lost their jobs. So this, without any fresh legislation, would enable people actually to have a much better purchasing or spending capacity. So first statement absolutely therefore is correct. It is an inbuilt government provided system. Second statement says progressive income tax. Obviously this is also correct, because this system is designed in such a way that individuals with higher incomes will pay a higher tax. Okay, so this is a very proportional tax system. India also follows typically progressive taxation structure. So this works as an automatic stabilizer too, because in this case, it also helps in kind of stabilizing the tax burden in people, and therefore it helps to moderate, to cool down the some kind of an overheating in the economy by reducing the burden on people's disposable income. So it is also therefore correct. Now talking about the third statement, which says that Disinvestment proceeds of public sector enterprise, this is not correct, because this is generally used to generate revenue, or when the government is trying to privatize in a very systematic way, it's a restructuring of public owned assets. So this usually happens as a part of announcement in the union budget, and it is therefore influenced by the legislative, political, administrative, market conditions, so it is not an automatic stabilizer. Similarly, fourth talks about corporate tax holiday. So again, this is a system that the government could do either to attract more privatization, as I said, or to encourage more and more foreign FDI inflows in the economy. So this again does not act as an automatic stabilizer. It's like a very pre-planned policy decision that the government takes, sometimes to encourage private sector industries to open up their headquarters in remote areas, also maybe for the purpose of industrializing some remote tribal belts, village belts, or to generate more employment there. So they are again not economic stabilizers. So therefore clearly we can say that the third and the second statement are not correct, and here only two statements are valid. Now proceeding with the next question. The next question therefore talks about which of the following is an example of vertical equity in taxation. Vertical equity. Two individuals with same income level paying the same amount of tax. B. A person with higher income paying a higher percentage of their income as a tax compared to someone with a lower income. Does it not resonate with the previous question where we spoke about progressive taxation? Your tax slab increases just like your income increases, and that's a very fair example of vertical equity, because the more you earn, the more tax you can pay. So instead, if our system is regressive on the other end, it would mean people with a lower income paying more tax and hence having even more less disposable income, which means the economic inequality between people rises tremendously. So naturally here B looks very valid so far. C. A flat tax rate applied to everyone regardless of their income. D. Government is introducing a tax holiday for businesses, completely irrelevant. So naturally B is the most valid answer. A progressive taxation is the best example of vertical equality, which is aimed at promoting fair and very justice-based economic system by making sure that people who can bear a higher incidence of tax will have to pay a higher tax. So this is quite in line with the distributive justice too, making B absolutely the valid answer. I think this is a very easy question. Now the next one, the question 53 says, a country is experiencing high income growth leading to increased gross investment. Okay. However, its net investment has not shown any similar increase. Oh, very easy question. We have already discussed the whole issue of net and gross, domestic and national earlier. So I think it's a very easy question. So let's see the statements now. If the net investment has not shown a similar increase, which of the following scenarios could best explain this kind of a discrepancy or problem? Is it A? But even before that, when you talk about gross investment, you talk about the total amount invested in new capital assets such as machines, buildings, infrastructure over a given period of time. Talking about net asset, you actually calculate this investment by reducing what? I think it's a very easy answer. By reducing depreciation, wear and tear, or things going obsolete, they are becoming useless, they are degrading in quality. And then comes your net investment. That's the actual addition capacity to the existing stock of capital in the country. Okay, so naturally it's a basic logic. We can say that net investment equals gross investment minus depreciation. I think the answer is also easy now. So is it A, the country is facing a sharp decline in foreign direct investment? Are we even talking about foreign direct investment? I don't think we are talking about FDI in the question. C, the country has increased its exports of capital good. No, we are just referring to depreciation here. No. D, the country is implementing a stringent environmental regulation. Not at all, because we aren't talking about this. In fact, it's quite the opposite, because if the country was very strict about many kinds of regulations, then probably you could also put a certain capping on the depreciation that actually sometimes expedites because of careless policies. So clearly D also is not included. Now let's see B. The country is experiencing a rise in depreciation due to aging infrastructure. Yes, because your capital infrastructure is so old now, it's so obsolete, it's redundant, that it is eroding your value, your assets, and therefore the net investment that you have is poor, despite the fact that your economic growth is high, but over a period of time your net gain is less because you are depreciating very fast in terms of your asset quality. So let's understand that the discrepancy between the two can be best explained by increasing depreciation that we are witnessing in the total assets of the economy. That's very important to know. Also, let's understand that the actual addition to country's capital stock will not happen if the depreciation in the quality is quite on the higher side. Okay, so that's quite an easy answer there. Now let's quickly look at another question here. It says that in the context of commercial banking, which of the following would most likely lead to an increase in the assets of a bank? Okay, so when we talk about commercial banking and increasing assets of the bank, let's also realize that there are things like loans, there are things like fixed deposits, so there are things like certain reserves held by the bank with central bank. All these are very, very important because we must explore the relationship between central bank and other commercial banks in India. Very, very important from the examination perspective. So now quickly let's see that which of the following statements in terms of commercial banking can increase in the assets of a bank. Is it 1, issuing loans to individuals and businesses? Yes, correct, because when you issue a loan to any individual or any business, then those people will also give you some interest on it. There is a compounding. So when the amount comes with compounding, it will lead to an increasing assets of the bank. So obviously it's correct. B or 2, banks purchasing government bonds from the Reserve Bank of India. Absolutely correct, because when a bank is purchasing certain bonds from the Reserve Bank of India, these bonds become an asset on the commercial bank's balance sheet. They are an income, they are an inflow. So government bonds are a very safe investment and therefore they will increase banking assets. So this is also very, very valid. Talking about 3, banks increasing their reserves held with the RBI, and the last one is customers depositing money into their banking accounts. Now 3 also is absolutely correct, because if there are reserves held by RBI belonging to commercial banks, then obviously it means that the banks are going to improve their overall assets. Okay, because they are a part of bank's total ownership. So third statement is also correct here. Now let's look at the fourth statement. When consumers are depositing money into bank account, then that is a liability of the bank. It's not like the bank will start owning that money. It's the customer's money eventually. So bank will have to not only pay interest on it over a period of time, but also the bank has to return the money back. So while the bank gets more funds to lend out in the short term period, but later as the bank returns it, it could only result in more interest being paid by the bank to the customers who have deposited the money. So itself it is not an asset, in fact a liability. So the fourth statement is not correct. So naturally A will be your right answer, that the first 3 are definitely assets for the bank, while fourth is a liability for the bank. It's just the opposite. Okay, quite important question there. Now there is this NCERT book, Introduction to Macroeconomics. Very important, because in detail it talks about the relationship between the central bank to the banks, and the various commercial banks in India. Very, very important to explore. Now with that, the next question talks about Project Nexus. Direct question, easy question. Which of the following best describes Project Nexus recently in the news? A, Digital Identity Verification Initiative for International Travelers. Well, is that Project Nexus? No. If we were following the news, we would know that this is more of a financial technology actually. It is led by the Bank for International Settlements Innovation Hub. We can call this as BISIH. Singapore Center. Okay. Having said this, it is basically a global framework to create a link between different domestic instant payment systems across the world. So no wonder first statement is invalid, because we are not talking about identity verification for international travelers. No. Okay. Similarly, B, a platform to create instant cross-border payments by linking domestic paying systems. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, obviously, because ultimately the aim of Project Nexus was to allow within a matter of 60 seconds in most cases near instant cross-border payments, also to enable the integration of domestic payment systems to international payment systems. So it had this kind of an interoperability between different connected countries. Obviously B is making sense. Now see, a blockchain based trade finance platform for BRICS nation. No, we are not talking about the BRICS platform here. D, a global tax compliance network to prevent base erosion and profit shifting. No, B is only the most valid response here. Now let's please also remember that the Project Nexus ultimately aims at avoiding this whole big cumbersome need for multiple transactions, bilateral customs between countries, so many difficulties in integrating various national domestic payment systems, which is time consuming, inefficient in terms of cost. So that's why it's a very easy, cost effective solution. So not only is Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand are associated with this kind of system, but also the European Central Bank, Bank of Indonesia, and there's a whole big management body which you can call as the NSO, that's the Nexus Scheme Organization, okay, which will oversee the implementation of the system. So quite important there. And let's also remember that this is quite crucial from the perspective of India's UPI and fast payment systems of Malaysia. The fact that we are creating a joint interface, and all this will be ultimately linked with Project Nexus in the long term. So with that, the next question here talks about risk weight. Let's quickly see what it is. What does risk weight refer to in the context of Indian banking? Is it A, the percentage of interest assigned to different loan categories based on their risk perception? So talking about risk weight, eventually it refers to the percentage assigned to different asset categories such as various loans based on how much risk do they actually carry, their perceived risk capacity. Okay, it determines the amount of capital essentially which a bank must hold in order to cover all the loss that it can experience from its assets. So this is quite important to understand here. So quickly let's see if A is correct. A says the percentage of interest assigned to different loan categories based on risk perception. No, it's not about interest at all. Is it B, the proportion of a bank's capital that must be held against a loan based on its risk profile? Do you think it could be correct? C, the percentage of a loan amount that banks must maintain as their reserves with RBI. Are we talking about central bank or RBI? That was a different thing completely, that RBI is holding a certain reserve ratio of the commercial bank's amount. No, we are not talking about that here. Or the likelihood of a loan turning into a bad loan based on its nature. No, we are not talking about faulty loans here. So typically here, obviously the answer is B, because we are saying that suppose if a bank is giving you a loan of 100 crores, and if the RBI says that the risk weight associated with this is 100%, then the risk weighted asset will be rupees 100 crore. So if the risk was say 50%, then the risk weighted asset will become 50 crore. So it is like completely depending on the risk profile of a particular loan or an asset that's held. Okay, so in that case banks have to therefore maintain a sufficient amount of funding known as the capital adequacy ratio to make sure that in distress times the banks have enough capital to absorb a loss that they might experience, and this is calculated only based on the RWA. Okay, so RWA is important, that is the risk weight assets. So clearly we know that B will be the valid answer even in this case. And now having said that, we move on to another very interesting question that typically talks about the equalization levy. So it says, with reference to the equalization levy in India, consider some statements. 1. Equalization levy is a tax on income earned by Indian resident digital service providers from online services. Or is it 2? The levy or the tax applies only to advertisements and does not extend to e-commerce transaction. Now here's the catch. When initially the tax structure was created, the e-commerce transactions were not in its purview, but later situation had changed. After the amendment, everything has now come under its purview. But in fact, what is this tax we are talking about? So the equalization levy is essentially a direct tax that's imposed by the Indian government on all the money, revenue that's earned by foreign, non-resident digital service providers who are operating from taking money by giving services to Indian clients or Indian customers. So the customers are Indians, but the providers are foreigners. It was introduced to basically put a taxation on digital transaction where multinational companies, now you could talk about Facebook, Amazon, Google, they earn revenue from India without actually having to pay any taxation and without having to be physically present in our country. So to enable that kind of a capping mechanism, this was done, introduced back in 2016, let's remember, as a part of your Finance Act 2016. It was meant to tax income that's coming from online advertisement and related digital services. But the problem was that initially the 6% rate of tax was only imposed on advertisements and other digital services. But later in 2020, The scope was actually increased in the Finance Act, and today we are also extending this to cover e-commerce transaction. So that's something important to remember. So in that case here the answer is D, because none of them are actually a valid statement, if you can say. First one says it's a tax on income earned by Indian resident. No, it's actually an income that's earned by foreign or non-resident Indian digital service providers. And the second says it doesn't extend to e-commerce transaction. No, after the Finance Act change 2020, it is quite applicable even to e-commerce transaction and services. So therefore definitely both the statements here will become invalid. So let's remember both these changes that have happened to the 2016 Act and of course the 2020 amendment too. And now we talk about NFT. That is a very common term we often use in terms of bank transfers. It stands for non-fungible tokens. Now for that we need to also understand the word fungible. Fungible is something that can be exchanged very easily with an item which has a similar value. For example, you could say a barter system that was essentially based on fungible items. Okay, a piece of gold is always equal to another piece of gold. A dollar is equal to a dollar, or a dollar is equal to a certain amount of Indian rupees. So that's how transactions are done. But when you say non-fungible, you are talking about a very unique asset that cannot be transferred because its value cannot be replicated. You can never really exchange it for the same value because it holds some unique property. So the question says, with reference to non-fungible tokens, consider the following statements. 1. NFT are stored on blockchain platforms. So NFT is typically a very unique digital asset that represents ownership of a specific item. It could be artwork, it could be music, it could be a video, it could be a real estate property, any collectible, which uses definitely the blockchain technology for sure. But it cannot be exchanged for the same value. Second, NFTs are illegal to own in India. 3. NFTs are interchangeable with other tokens of the same type. NFTs guarantee permanent value for digital assets. So now that we know what are NFTs, we know that they cannot be exchanged on a one-on-one basis. They are not like cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies are fungible. They can be exchanged for a similar value item, but it doesn't apply to NFTs at all. Okay, so each NFT has a very unique identity and metadata that protects that identity. Please remember. It has a unique identity, talking about NFT, plus it has a metadata that is stored on a blockchain. Say for example like Ethereum, which makes it verifiable, traceable, secure. You cannot really exchange it, So that's why it completely proves the ownership or authenticity of this asset. Now that we know what is an NFT and it can be extended to any video ownership or anything, we know that the first statement therefore is correct, because yes, they do exist on blockchain platforms. That's absolutely correct. Now similarly, second statement that it is illegal. So basically it is not illegal in India. It's just that there is no specific given legal framework to cover it, but it doesn't mean that it is illegal. So you can say that the second statement therefore is not correct. Talking about the third statement, they are interchangeable. So they are not interchangeable because they are not cryptocurrency where one BTC is one BTC. No, they cannot be changed. They can look similar to each other, but there is a difference in value. So therefore it is not correct. Similarly, 4, it guarantees permanent value for digital assets. No, it does not guarantee any permanent value. The value depends completely on the market situation, market volatility, reputation of the owner, the creator, how rare is it the item is, or what are the trend associated with NFTs. So it can lose its value over time if there is a kind of demand that is dropping, or if there is, so therefore there is no guarantee as such that is existing here. So we can say obviously 4 is also not correct. So if 4 is not correct, then definitely we can assume that 2 statements here are invalid, making A the valid answer, that they are definitely stored on blockchain platforms. Now to in detail understand the real difference between NFT and cryptocurrencies are very, very important here. So from the exam perspective, we should be very clear about it. Now we talk about this question which says, which of the following can be considered examples of off-budget borrowings, borrowings that are outside of your budgetary borrowings. 1. Food subsidy expenses carried by the Food Corporation of India, which is also responsible for one of the biggest public distribution systems in the world, PDS. Distributing subsidized free food grains to the poor, below poverty line, above poverty line, based on the ownership of specific ration cards to people to ensure distributive justice in food. So is it 1. Food subsidy expenses that are done by the FCI through loans from National Small Savings Fund? Or are we talking about 2 loans raised by state electricity boards for infrastructure backed by state guarantees? Now, please understand that off-budget borrowings are loans or financial liabilities. They are taken by the government or any other related entity such as a public sector PSU, public sector unit, or a state any special purpose say vehicle, they are not recorded in the official government budgetary spending, but they are actually later on repaid by using budgetary resources either completely or partially. So in that case, you can say that the first statement absolutely is correct, because the FCI or the Food Corporation of India actually does borrow money from the Small Savings Fund, National Small Saving Fund, the NSSF, and that's quite a good example to show how this could be categorized as off budget borrowing. Now talking about the second statement, which says that electricity boards for infrastructure, so this is also correct. Sometimes state electricity boards, they are backed by state guarantees, so they take loans that are not as such a part of the state budget, and since they are guaranteed by the state government, they constitute a part of the off budget borrowing. Okay, so common schemes like Uday scheme or the Ujjwal Discom scheme, Assurance Yojana, all these are good examples to show newer electricity reform programs that are coming nowadays. So both the statements therefore can be correct. Now the third statement here talks about direct market borrowing made by the central government through treasury bills. So this is not correct, because these are budgeted borrowings and they are a part of official fiscal deficit. So treasury bills, government securities or dated securities are shown in the annual budget document, so you can't call it off budget borrowings. Not correct. D. Bonds issued by public sector banks to recapitalize, to remonetize themselves on government direction, on government order. Yes, absolutely correct, because bonds issued by public sector banks to recapitalize themselves, or in some cases government has told the public sector banks to issue recapitalization bonds also, and they have issued them directly also to help banks and to hand over the money to the banks. So since they are structured to not pass through the budget, they also can be termed as off budget borrowing. So in a way this statement is also therefore correct. So now when two statements here look valid and two do not look valid, then the answer definitely here in that case could be your answer number B, because definitely it is 1, 2 and 4 that could be characterized as off budget borrowings, while the remaining others do not qualify for being the same. So on that note, now we come to an end of this polity and economy question discussion, and it was a wonderful session, and I hope that you are able to post the related comments in the box. Please answer the questions that we've raised. It was a very interesting journey. We learned new concepts, and thank you so much for being a part of this great Saksham initiative only at Narayana IAS, where we gear you up for your success, because your success is eventually our dream. So all the best and thank you, and wishing absolutely the best performance in the upcoming exams.